come. I hope you all know that you have to stay right to the end. Whoever showed up, the door's locked now. And I'm going to call the regular council meeting of December 12th, 2023 to order at 6:01. And we have some very distinguished guests in our gallery tonight. We almost want to give up our chairs to you and we'll sit there, but we won't do that right now. We have service awards, and we have a really special presentation as well to a captain who I was talking to the chief the other day. He's now called a Louis. I'm like, what's a lieutenant? So, so I'm learning the lingo of the fire department. So it is a special night for council to be able to recognize those among us tonight, our firefighter, and it's so nice to see all the support from the firefighters and chief and deputy chiefs, and our long dedicated service awards. I think it was a long-term service, but it's dedicated service awards of our town personnel. So always a really special night for us here. And I'm gonna call Todd Paulson up first. And do we have that picture somewhere with that? Yeah. And this is us in Edmonton, but come on up. Lieutenant Paulson now, is that what it is?
Yeah, that's what it actually is now.
Okay. He just recently was a captain. And I'm just gonna, yeah, that'd be great. But I'm gonna have a few things to say first. And this is all my mess here, so my house looks like that too. Welcome. Todd recently received his Fire Exemplary Medal Service Medal for 20 years of service to the Disbury Fire Department. And that's up on the screen. This award is administered by the Chancellery of Honours through the Governor-General of Canada. Todd actually achieved the 20-year milestone in 2021, but due to various delays, was only recently awarded his medal at a ceremony hosted by the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association in Edmonton on November 26, 2023. Since that time, Todd has also reached his 22 years of service to Disbury Fire. As such, we have recently received his Alberta Emergency Services Medal, 22-year service bar, and it'll be presented tonight. And it's my honor to be able to somehow pin that on there. I think it clips on. But I'm going to first give a little bit of history of Todd and his service to the community. He became an active member of the Disbury Fire Department in April 2001. He's faithfully served this department and community for the past 22 years. During this time, he rose through the ranks of the fire department, ultimately reaching the position of Fire Prevention Officer, which is a senior captain. At the time of his 20th year of service in 2021, he held the rank of captain. He's currently working his way back down in the ranks and holds the current rank of lieutenant. As Todd ascended the ranks, he took on increasing responsibility and acquitted himself well in the performance of his increased duties. And must have been, I know he's been a great role model, and through all those 22 years, the mentorship that he would have provided to the new cadets coming on, and even his fellow members. I know that Todd would be that guy. During his time as fire prevention officer, Todd organized various fire prevention tours, demonstrations to area schools, childcare facilities, and seniors' residences. Also, under his leadership and direction, the annual Fire Prevention Week open houses went from being a simple open house on a regular training night to a weekend afternoon affair, complete with barbecue for guests and various demonstration scenarios designed to showcase the skills of our members. For a time, Todd was also a safety codes officer as a complement to his role of fire prevention officer, and he conducted various inspections and help to educate and promote fire prevention and safety. As he currently descends the rank, he has continually provided a source of mentorship to all members, regardless of their time with the department. He is someone that when he speaks, they all stop to listen to what he has to say. That says it all, hey, that says right here. With their respect. Todd has always demonstrated a strong commitment to the department and the services provided to the community. He leads by example and is always quick to help mentor newer members. That's from his department, and I just have a few words. I've watched you all those years as a firefighter in Disbury. I think I'm older than you, but I've been here more than 22 years.
We're racing.
Yeah, and it was an honor for me to attend in Edmonton to be witness to you receive your Fire Exemplary Service Medal. You have had our backs in Disbury area for all those years, sacrificing personal, family, and friend time to serve your community. And I'm glad to see you on the golf course once in a while, too. On behalf of council, thank you for your service, Todd. You are a true community ambassador. So, show coming. Oh, you might want to get this, Nicole. Oh, does Curtis know how this goes on?
It gets attached to the metal somehow. It didn't come with a pin.
It should come with a.
It's going to be attached.
Here you are. There's nothing to attach it with at all. There's no pin or anything. I'd like to offer council the opportunity to shoot. Intended close to saying.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you.
We also have this. This.
I will keep this as short as possible because I know you have to take care of the people's business yet tonight. As my fellow firefighters know, when I say I'm going to keep things short, that generally means an hour or two. First of all, thank you so much for the invitation to be here tonight. It is truly my honor to be here. On November 26th, when I was the recipient of my award, I was very much touched and honored that Mayor Hunter took the time out of her day on that particular Sunday to drive up to Edmonton to be there, as well as Chief Mousseau and firefighter Gross, who also came up. Believe me, it did not go unnoticed. It was good. I guess you don't get something like this because you don't work with great people. I had this all in my head. Should have wrote it down. You don't stay in this service as long as you do, like I said, without the support of the members. You know, we don't get good at what we do only because of the training we do, the team we're with, but the support of our families. You know, we talk about sacrifices that I've made over the years. My sacrifice isn't any greater than anybody who's been on for 1 year. We all have that time where we have to leave our families, go out. Our families make as much of a sacrifice because they stay at home and worry, you know. we're leaving, we're going out to a fire, we're going out to the accident. Generally, if we're going out to an accident, it's not in the greatest of weather conditions. The highway is never a safe place to be. So they stay at home and they worry about us. So their sacrifice is as much as ours. Through my 22 years, town council and administration has always made sure that we've had the top-notch equipment, the equipment we need to do our job efficiently, get it done, and most importantly, get it done safely. And really, at the end of the day, after any fire call, all we really want is to go home safe and see our families. So once again, thank you for the invitation to be here. Thank you for the recognition. I'd like to think I could do this for a few more years. I'm going to try. Let's see what the body says. You guys, because you guys are as much my family as you are my friends and my coworkers.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. So we have some, I'm going to call up in the limelight. Not right now. I'm gonna.
Ready? Okay, I'll just make you stand as long as possible. Okay. Stephanie Halfyard is one of our few long-term employees who has hit her 15-year service award. She started back in September of 2007 as an admin assistant under Nicole Asen. She quickly showed her strengths and progressed to that you will not find a better person for the role of HR. She's a listening ear, sympathetic, patient, and trustworthy, and a good friend to all. If you do the math, she was actually here for 16 years, but 1 year was a maternity leave. So to me, that still counts, Steph. Congratulations on your 15, but actually 16 years of service.
That has to change. That 1 year missed. Right? Just one sec. Give you a hug there. Although Stephanie was here before any of us on council, maybe not some back there, but we've grown to admire and appreciate Steph's welcome smile, her cheerful hellos, H&S program, and the genuine care, counseling, and guidance of what it does for the success of our town.
Her guidance and knowledge related to safety is a true asset within our organization. She's a lead auditor for our internal occupational health and safety program, as well as a deputy assistant employee, and it has been my pleasure to see her growth within our organization. Congratulations on 15 years.
Our community, working in aquatics and at the arena and other recreational community spirit and energy in presenting the very best in our facilities to our citizens and visitors. Thank you for being a mentor and leader to the Memorial Complex team. We appreciate all you do to promote the facility and the programs that are so valuable to our citizens.
It is. So it's my pleasure to present Deb Gertzen with her 10-year service award this evening. Deb, we kind of got them out of order, but okay. So Deb began her career with the town of Didsbury in 2013 as part of the Mountain View Parent Link Contract Award, as she was the program facilitator for the Carstairs Parent Link program at that time. When the program transitioned to the Mountain View Family Resource Network, there was no doubt that Deb would be our early years family resource specialist within the new program, as her passion and love for babies and toddlers shines through in all of her work. She is a leader within our region in early years programs and supports, and so many other agencies make sure that Deb is involved in new initiatives to serve this age group. Thank you, Deb, for your commitment to families in our region, for your passion, knowledge, and dedication. Congrats on 10 years.
So Deb, thank you for your service to our children and youth and babies in Disbury region. We were very fortunate to have your expertise in the community promoting the care of baby and youth development and the well-being and providing connections to community supports and resources. In what can be a challenging world, we thank you for being present to ease some or many of those challenges. And Jan Lante.
Okay, so this evening I'm thrilled to be presenting Jennifer Lanthier with her 10-year service award. Jen came to work for our organization in 2013 when the town of Didsbury was awarded the Mountain View ParentLink contract by the province of Alberta. Jen was named as program supervisor for ParentLink based on her passion for serving families and children and the wealth of experience she brought to the position.
I'm sorry, I couldn't say different things for Mountain View Family Resource Network personnel.
That's okay.
No, so I'm going to say the same thing again because it's just, it must be said because they're valuable in the same and different ways and very effective at their jobs. I've made it one of my missions this year next year to talk to the personnel and to just pick their brains about what goes on in Mountain View Family Resource Network. And I just handed out the brochures, the new brochures, to council, and I had the opportunity to meet with Jen, and it's so special what they do. It really is, and the passion you have for it. So Jen, thank you for your service to our children and youth in Disbury region, to our families that we deal with. We're very fortunate to have your expertise, your compassion, and commitment in the community, promoting child and youth development and well-being, and providing connections to community supports and resources. This is a challenging world, and we thank you for being present to ease some or many of the challenges that our families and youth and children face. The world needs more people like Jen and Deb. Amanda. Riley. Oh.
I'd like to delegate this part to Amanda. Just joking. I am very happy to speak about Amanda. She joined the town of Didsbury on July 30th, 2018, which was a Monday, and she came in and no one was actually here. So she was just the only one here and not sure what she was doing. She was hired as the Chief Financial Officer, and in 2020 had the added responsibilities of Assistant Chief Administrative Officer. And Amanda has, during this time, and was very crucial to the new CAO in 2020 of helping him come into a wonderful adventure. And that whole new adventure was made a lot more wonderful because of her role in helping him do that. She has been a crucial part of the organization, very smart and practical, an authority on her craft, but also very practical at finding creative solutions to how to work within the requirements in a way that best serves the public as well as the organization. She's also has the unique ability of one who is mindful and caring of the individual circumstances of the individual, but as well as the organization as a whole. And she's kind of like the organization senate. She's our sober second thought on all kinds of things that we're wanting to do, and she's often that sober second thought that gives us the perspective we need to hear to help ensure that what we're doing is the best possible thing and how we're doing it. She has instincts for the interests of the organization, council, and the public, and does that in such a unique way, and overall has been my steady right hand since I've been here and has been invaluable in that. And I just want to say on behalf of the town of Didsbury, a very heartfelt thank you to Amanda for 5 years of very dedicated, and there's a lot of extra time and hours that she puts into wearing this organization, as her husband could tell you. And congratulations, Amanda, on completing the first 5 of the next 40 years.
Many of this council were here when Amanda arrived, and I speak for us all when I say what a pleasure it has been to work with you. Amanda was an interim CEO for a while too. She's had a broad scope of experience with a broad scope of positions. So, Amanda, as you guide and navigate, it's been a pleasure to work with you, Amanda, as you guide and navigate the many complexities of municipal finances and budgets. Thank you for your community spirit too. I often see Amanda out and about at community events and involved in minor sports with her children, another true community ambassador.
You want to do it by the stairs?
Quentin Fate, are you going to speak to Quentin? Fate was also a 5-year service and couldn't make it tonight.
So this evening, Quentin Fate is receiving his 5-year service award with the town of Didsbury, but unfortunately can't be in attendance because he's right now working for the town of Didsbury. Quentin joined the community services team in 2018 as a facility operator at the Didsbury Memorial Complex Arena. Over the last 5 years, he has proven himself to be a hardworking, community-minded employee, always ensuring that our arena users are well served and greeted in a friendly manner. Quentin has taken on 2 levels of arena training during his time with the town, and he's now a fully certified arena operator too. His flexibility, dependability, and kind nature are always appreciated. Congratulations to Quentin on his 5 years.
He didn't have any pull to get some time off. I'll give you his certificate. All right, congratulations again to everyone, and now's the time to make your exit if you want to. Don't be disrupting our meeting. You can stay, I'm not asking you to leave, you can stay. Thanks, everyone. Have a good night. now we have adoption of the agenda. I believe there's one addition, and that's 9.10, the Farm and Ranch Bondsville Sponsorship 2024. Is that you? Who's making the copy? Yes?
I move the council adopt the agenda as amended.
All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Well, I thought you were going to make the motion and he was going to make the motion. You want to say something?
Yes, if I may, Madam
Yes,
Mayor.
please
And that
do.
is that I was confused when I read 13.1, the Mountain View Film Officer. And I just don't want anybody else in the public to be confused that the R shouldn't be there. It's the Mountain View Film Office.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I was confused.
I
when
do that all the time. There's some words I always put an R at the end. I don't know why. Okay, so we'll just add some small edit and as amended, and I will call the vote then. All in favor? That's carried. And now I believe we have the extended producer response, no, the Alberta Recycling Management Authority with an EPR presentation. Are they ready? Who knows?
Can everybody hear me on the EPR team?
Oh, we have someone at the speaker's table. Looks looking over there.
Hello.
And who are we
Yeah.
introducing, Jocelyn?
Just give me one moment. I'm just making sure that everybody can hear me. Kim, I can't hear you if you're speaking.
So it's the ARMA EPR team. This look, we're here. There's a memo that came out about the EPR today. Did everybody get that? Email? What's an email from? I can tell you.
Kim, can you hear me?
Did everybody read the update on body-worn cameras? Just filling time.
Sorry, everyone. I'm just having some technical difficulties here.
The beauty of computers and technology.
I don't know what's wrong. Like they're both here.
She thought she could go with everybody else, I guess.
Yeah, and it was all good. I don't know what
And thanks to you fellas in the back for sticking around and not making a quick exit.
Doors are locked.
Yeah, they went with that,
Can you hear me at
Joe.
all?
They're still on.
Should we end it and restart?
Sounds good. Who had that?
You can hear me? I can't hear you. Do you have your mic on? Kim, try talking now. Darn it, I thought that was going
Is
on.
it because of your plug-in? Are you plugged in?
I've switched the speakers to be through my computer, so I'm not.
But if you,
Okay, let me try and unplug this and see if it'll.
It might work if we click on that because it might have come to the.
Hi, Kim, can you try talking? Just give me a test.
Hi, sure.
Okay.
Can you hear me yet?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Okay.
Okay, awesome.
So I'm just going to point you towards our council here and get you to start speaking. And if you could just introduce your team and kind of what you're about, that would be fantastic.
Just before you go, we have a presentation, so if you could allow Victor to share his screen, that would be great.
Okay, let me try this one more time and see if I can get this to work.
Is
with
this
our
gonna go up
audio.
on the
Okay.
big screen?
Yeah, I think
We also have
lost
to
the
pull up a
sound
chair and
because
sit
it
around
went
there.
Okay, can I get you to log into the meeting? I sent you the link.
You have to open this.
Well, you can turn it around so the gallery can see too.
But my audio cut out last time, which is part of the problem. So
So click on click share.
We're going to welcome Alexa Ross back to our meeting. We haven't had you sit at the chair for a while, so welcome.
last time I did this.
Nice to see you.
But it should once you're in click share.
You still haven't earned a mic, but those are for that side.
Okay, try talking now, Kim.
Hi, can you still hear?
Yes. Okay, great. Okay. Go ahead, Kim.
Hi, just want to introduce myself. I am Kim Tycroft. I am the Manager of Compliance with Alberta Recycling Management Authority, and we are here this evening to talk to you about extended producer responsibility. And I will now turn it over to my colleague, Victor Dahl.
Good evening, everyone. Victor Dahl. I am the Director for EPR Operations. We do have a presentation. Could you just give us access to share our screen as well, please?
Yeah, I can do that.
Hello and welcome.
Okay, Victor, can you try now? Awesome.
Can everyone see my okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. So if you could ask us any questions, if you can't hear me, please let me know. So we are, like you mentioned, we are with the Alberta Recycling Management Authority, and we are located here in Edmonton, and we are a not-for-profit organization incorporated under the Societies Act here in Alberta. We are what's considered a delegated administrative organization, so we are accountable to the government of Alberta, and specifically the Ministry of Environment and Protected Area, and we support the ministry with certain delegated authority and specifically waste recycling. And since 1992, we have responsibly managed one of the province's major recycling initiatives. So we have 4 programs within our stewardship. We have electronics, paint, tires, and used oils. So on behalf of the province, we oversee all aspects of end-of-life processing of materials in those 4 buckets. Currently, we have 157 municipal and indigenous communities who manages 435 collection sites for these stewardship programs throughout the province. In addition to these stewardship programs, in October of last year, it was announced that ARMA would be the administration and oversight authority for the Extended Producer Responsibility Program here in the province. So EPR is a new regulation in Alberta that focuses on shifting the responsibility of recycling from local governments and taxpayers to producers of recycling material within the province. So this model shift holds producers responsible for the products that they generate. And the EPR approach recognizes that producers are the best position, to influence product design and make strides towards a circular economy to maximize the use of valuable resources. So within the EPR program, there are 2 streams of products that fall within the regulation. We have what we call the single-use products, packaging, and paper products, or PPP. And we have the Hazardous and Special Products Program, or HSP. So these 2 programs has various materials educate and inform our stakeholders on what their roles and responsibilities are within the system through communication. We ensure there are processes and escalating measures in place to ensure compliance from our producers, and we refer cases to the Ministry for Enforcement as the last resort. Finally, we will design appropriate performance measures to assess the overall performance of the EPR system. Really, the goal is to ensure there's continuous improvement, and in order to achieve those environmental outcomes that is desired by the province. And finally, we will report on the overall health of the system and ensure the ministry is informed of issues that may be of concern to the provincial government. In terms of outcomes, there are really two outcomes we're trying to achieve with the EPR system. And we've been drawing insights from other provinces who have already implemented EPR, like BC, Ontario, and some other jurisdictions. But really, we want to make sure we create a system that works for the Alberta landscape. So within the PPP program, really it's all about the recycling collection service, and we really talk about curbside collection when we talk about PPP. And we want to make sure that's accessible to all single and multi-family homes in communities across the province. And for communities that already have those programs, the responsibility and the associated cost needs to be transitioned from taxpayers to producers within the program. For hazardous and special products, all communities that participate as part of the EPR system will have access to recycling depots and or collection events. And that kind of is dependent on the population, and we'll get into that a bit later. But the goal is to have these available to all communities and provide convenient options for responsible disposal of the hazardous and special product materials. So we talked a bit about stakeholders, and really within the EPR system there is 4 groups. So the first group, of course, are communities, and communities are defined within the regulation, so they would include pretty much all cities, towns, villages, any municipal districts, special municipalities, or improvement districts, all of which are outlined within the Municipal Governments Act. It also includes special areas as per the Special Areas Act, and settlements as per the Métis Settlements Act, and Indian reserves. We started community registration on October 2nd. It is a phased registration and rollout. So phase 1 will end in December 31st of this year, and we're going to get into what the phases mean shortly. The second group we have are what we call the producer responsibility organizations. And they're within an organization that's appointed by producers to act on behalf as their agent. Because the goal of the EPR program is to have a common system that operates across the province, producer responsibility organizations, or PROs, their main role is to support the multitude of producers that introduces material in the system and manages a common and cohesive system on behalf of all producers within the province. So they can manage anything from registration all the way to reporting obligations on behalf of producers. Within Alberta, we do require a PRO to be not-for-profit, and they cannot be affiliated with any entity or individual that already provides recycling service or waste management service within the province. So really what that means is they can only coordinate on behalf of producers. They can't be for profit, and they can't themselves run any kind of waste management service, so that there is no conflict of interest there for them. Of course, we have the producers, and they are a primary responsible party for the cost of the system. Producers are identified through a hierarchy, so we primarily look for brand holders that reside within Canada, and if they're not within the country, then we look at the importer that brings that material into the province, and finally, it is the retailer that is selling the product to consumers. So for any products that is introduced within the province, we kind of look at the hierarchy of who's available within the system, and is the highest tier producer party that pays for the program. And finally, we have with our processing facilities, and really this is a group that handles the collected material. They're responsible for recycling it, whether it's through downcycling, some form of treatment, or direct disposal, or the export of materials. Like PROs, they cannot be affiliated with PROs, and they are asked to provide information to us as the oversight authority on how well they manage and process materials on behalf of the system. So we do have registration process for all of And our role as oversight is to make sure that all of the participating parties are doing the job that they're intended to do. So really what the system looks like at a glance is if we start on the left, currently producer supplies materials to consumers, and right now after that material supply, it is the community that bears the costs and the responsibility of managing that packaging or waste recyclable products. So in the traditional system, the producer's role ends once they sell the commodity and the materials are sold, right? And they're not, and they're really disconnected from that post-consumer phase of the product. So within the EPR model, the goal is to make the producers accountable for the products throughout the entire life cycle, including post-consumer waste management. So the shift really is in that responsibility, as well as the financial burden from communities to producers. So EPR is designed to motivate producers to improve the efficiency of their material collection to meet recycling targets, and to be innovative in product design to minimize waste that's introduced into the overall ecosystem. A pro will manage the collection on behalf of local producers. So what we require from all producers is that common collection system. Right? It's one system that is standardized across the province, serving all communities. So pro kind of help coordinate and manages that. So when the producer pays into the system, pros will manage it on their behalf. And processing facility will be the one that takes up the material that's collected, and they ensure there's proper disposal before recycling of the product. So within the community, the system would include, curbside pickup for individual homes, bin collection for multi-family complexes, and or drop-off depot that's available within the community. So the pro would take on the cost of the coordination, and then the producer would pay the pro. That's generally how the system is set up. And the pro would also work with all of the processing facilities to make sure contracts are in place to process those materials. Now I'll pass it over to Kim to talk about specific aspects of EPR for communities.
Okay, this slide looks at the key aspects of the EPR transition and the different parties that communities may be connected with. So as part of registration, ARMA, of course, is here to support communities interested in registering for EPR. As the oversight body, we facilitate the collection of relevant information about your community and convey this information to producer responsibility organizations or pros. Registration may be completed by the community or by a community authority, such as a waste commission. So this is completely optional, and it's what works best for you, for the community. In the case of a community authority registering on behalf of one or more communities, a registration application will need to be completed for each individual community being registered. The community authority will need to obtain sign-off on a form provided by ARMA to document the authorization of the community authority to act on a community's behalf. If a community is part of a waste commission, they may choose to have the waste commission register on their behalf, or they can register on their own. Only one completed registration form, one for PPP and one for HSP, is required from each community. With regards to collection, the pro will use the data collected during community registration to understand the collection needs of each community and to plan a collection system that serves the entire province. As Victor mentioned earlier, the idea is for consistency across the province as opposed to different areas having different services. So communities should expect to engage directly with pros to either transition their existing collection services or establish new ones. With regards to processors, pros will arrange for agreements with processing facilities to properly recycle and manage collected materials to meet regulatory requirements. Promotion and education is a job of the producers, so they will be responsible for the promotion and education component, and they will work with communities on developing effective promotion and education plans suitable for the unique needs of each community. We're going to look at a couple of scenarios. The first one is the PPP scenario, and we've chosen the one that is communities with existing PPP recycling service. Since the town of Didsbury has bi-weekly garbage and compost or recycling pickup on alternate weeks, we feel that Didsbury fits into this scenario. So communities with existing services can start receiving collection under the EPR program from April 1st, 2025 as part of phase 1. To be included in this initial phase, please make sure to complete your registration by December 31st, 2023. With respect to service standards in this scenario, the EPR Common Collection System will initially match the service in the community as of November 30th, 2022. So for example, a community that has curbside waste and curbside recycling services can anticipate curbside PPP services April 1st, 2025. A community that has existing curbside waste collection and depot recycling can anticipate depot recycling on April 1st, 2025 under phase 1. These communities will see a service enhancement as their recycling collection service aligns to their waste service standards in phase 2. So for example, if curbside waste is offered, the community can expect curbside PPP collection service by October 2026 in phase 2. We recommend that communities engage in discussions with a pro to review collection standards, the details of your community-operated service providers, and any current service agreements that you may have. While we've provided some initial questions in the slide, every community has individual needs and concerns. Please consider any additional questions that can help clarify the potential advantages or challenges specific to your community when discussing with the pro. If you are a waste commission with current collection infrastructure, such as a MRF, and wish to provide services under EPR, you may register with ARMA as a processing facility and begin discussions about the existing infrastructure with a pro. This conversation extends beyond ARMA's purview and would be a business arrangement between the commission and the pro. The next scenario is the HSP recycling services in communities. So under EPR, HSP collection standards vary based on community size. This slide illustrates what this looks like. So for communities with a population over 125,000 people, one permanent depot per 125,000 residents is required. For communities with a population between 10,000 and 125,000, one permanent depot is required. For communities with a population between 1,000 and 10,000 people, they would receive one collection event annually. Any community with fewer than 1,000 people would receive one collection event per year upon notice. Notice is activated by expressing interest through registration with ARMA. Again, in this scenario, it's advisable for the community to discuss the current collection standards, any community-owned depots, and existing service contracts with the pro. The Extended Producer Responsibility Program presents a substantial opportunity for communities across Alberta. For communities with existing recycling service, the operational cost of these services will be transferred to producers under the EPR program. This shift is expected to alleviate some of the financial burden on your community, potentially reducing utility or tax levies associated with waste management. The funds saved could then be redirected to other valuable community initiatives. For communities without existing recycling services, EPR will introduce the advantage of recycling service in communities currently without them. So as further interest, ARMA has recently launched an EPR Virtual Lunch and Learn series. So please keep an eye on our website to stay up to date on webinars focused on certain topics. I'd like to highlight that the November 16th session was focused on the community registration form, and it has been uploaded, the recording has been uploaded to ARMA's website as a reference. So that might be helpful when re-registration forms. On behalf of the ARMA team, thank you very much for your collaboration as we transition to EPR. If you have any questions, we are certainly open to answer them for you.
Other questions? Councillor Windsor, and Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm intrigued by the pros and what their role is going to be once the EPR is instituted in the communities. So right now, our blue bin pickup is contracted through E360. Is that going to continue, and do we continue to have that contract with 360, or are we going to be signing an agreement with a pro in order to facilitate the blue bin pickup?
Great question. So within the, if you do register for EPR, so that automatically enables the obligation for producers and pros to ensure service happens within the community. So if you have an existing contract, there's several ways the pros can do it, but ultimately the pro will be responsible for having a contract and paying for that contract to ensure service is provided within the community. Who they choose is kind of outside of our purview, but what we do care about is that they have a agreement in place to ensure the community receives service and that the service level matches within the regulation. So just by signing up, you won't really need to have an agreement with a specific pro, because Alberta, we do have a competitive landscape, so there is the potential for more than one pro. But regardless of who is managing the collection, coordinating the system, they need to ensure that the community is serviced. So that contract will fall with the pro and the service provider. So the community won't have that contract anymore.
Thank you. I'm having a little bit of trouble understanding how this service works. We have a blue bin pickup, and I think Councillor Windsor asked, is that blue bin pickup still going to be available? Is that something that we as consumers pay to have that picked up at our home the same way we do now?
So there's still be a cost. So if you have blue bin today, they need to maintain the existing service, at least to have curbside recycling pickup. They can assess the receptacle, I'll call it, so like whether it's a bin, bag, whatever, like they may propose alternatives on the method of what's being collected, but they need to match your existing service to start at minimums. They need to ensure it's still a blue bin being collected, and that cost will go directly to producers. So like with the community not having that contract, so like that expense essentially no longer falls on the community, but your service shouldn't change. So as a resident, whatever method of collection like that will happen at the same frequency as they do today. We will consider the system a success if once it's implemented and residents doesn't really realize that it's another party's contract that's performing the service on your behalf for the community, they're just still getting that recycling collection.
Okay, so when I've had a little difficulty hearing, so excuse me if my question isn't correct. But when you started, you said that you're taking away costs from taxpayers and municipalities. And if I'm understanding this correctly, it may be the municipality that saves money, but I would expect that any cost the producer gets, they're going to add on to their product. We're still going to pay for pickup, and we're going to pay higher consumer costs. And I may be understanding this wrong, but to me it sounds like it's actually going to cost me more money.
Yeah, so I think, so regarding, it is an additional expense onto producers, and whether they choose to pass that cost onto, the consumers of their product, that's something we can't really control. So, there is a possibility they may try to increase cost of consumer goods, but as the municipality, if you have is the recycling part of your collection costs. That should no longer, at least for the municipality, that cost should be transferred over to producers and pros because they need to pay for the collectors. They need to pay for the processor that does that work in the community. So that's the cost that we will take away from the from collection and processing costs. Whether that cost for the municipality, whether they redistribute that cost to offer additional service in other areas, or if they can reduce utility or tax levy, that would be the municipality's choice. But what we are trying to ensure that the municipality is not paying is the cost to collect and the cost to process any kind of recycling material that falls under the PDP and HSP program.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. In terms of the pro, if the town of Disbury does enroll in the APR program, which I think probably anybody will, but we have to sign an agreement with a pro, is my understanding. Now, first of all, is that correct? And is there a cost in contracting with a pro to deal with the management of the blue bin pickup?
So as the community itself, you don't need a contract with the pro. By registering with ARMA, they are required to provide that service to you regardless of an agreement or not. And they need to bear the full cost of collection and processing. The only time a community could have a contract with a pro is if a community has in-house collection or processing, and then that would be more of a commercial agreement where the pro needs to pay the community if they want to use their staff to perform those services within the community. Alternatively, if you are a community like Edmonton or Calgary, where a municipality, like the local government, may be a producer where because they're introducing materials to their taxpayers, that would be the only scenario where a community needs to pay into the system. Outside of that, if you're a community that has your own in-house collection or processing, it's actually, you would have a commercial agreement if you are interested in providing service on behalf of the pro. So you would be a service provider that the pro pays to provide a service within a geographic area. But as the community itself, you don't need to have a contract. It's the registration with ARMA that enables the regulatory obligation for producers within your community, and they just need to ensure service is delivered to your community. Of course, they'll reach out to you to understand what are the community's needs, what type of promotion and education they need to ensure to provide to the community, and all of that. So, they would still want to work with the community to ensure effective service delivery, but there is no contract as a community, and there's no cost as the community. So for example, because you have that contract currently for recycling collection, they will need to reach out to you if you register to understand what your existing contract is, when does that contract expire, do they take over the contract once operation, there are decisions that they need to make, and that's up to them. But let's say you need to break your contract early and they want to use someone else, the cost of breaking that contract will not be on the community because the pro has decided to do something else, right? So any cost related, once they've taken over, they need to bear the full cost of that.
So they're going to provide a list of items that are acceptable under this program, and anything that isn't, are we just expected then to send that, I guess, to the landfill?
Yeah, I think there are some slight nuances, but what they do need to come up with, so we are working with the pros and producers to try to come up with a standardized list across the province. And our hope is to make sure as many product categories are captured. So if they are not captured within recycling, then most likely it probably will go into garbage. But we are trying to see if there are any materials that communities do collect on behalf of their residents is transitioned properly. So it does vary a bit right now because different communities does have different materials they accept or don't. So under EPR, that list will be section, but we are looking at if there are any essentially orphan materials and how we can ensure the best way to either recycle or dispose of them in another way. So, and that one is a bit community by community basis. A lot of communities right now, for example, won't accept glass, but glass is part of EPR. So we're just trying to understand some of the nuances across different communities. But that's, if you have specific materials you're concerned about, let us know, and then we can definitely work with the community and control to talk about that.
Thank you.
All right, looks like it. Thanks so much for being here. I think you've piqued some interest, of course, and probably be getting more questions in the email. But thanks for your presentation, and it's always enlightening to see what's coming coming to our municipalities for recycling, which is always a big concern in our communities and province and country. So thanks again. And
thank you so much for having us. Please reach out. We're happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Yeah. Yes. You want to make that motion?
I move the council thank the Alberta Recycling Management Authority's Extended Producer Responsibility Team for their presentation.
All right. Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, we have the November 28, 2023 regular council meeting minutes as amended. Councillor Williams.
As amended. I move to adopt the November 28, 2023 regular council meeting minutes as amended.
My amendment is 564-23, just to say that I just hit my down button and the minutes went away. 564. No, sorry, not these ones. These are as presented. Sorry, it's the next one. 564.
I'll amend that to adopt the November 28th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes as presented.
Any comments or questions? Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Just because you know it's going to be amended?
I move to adopt the November 30th, 2023 budget meeting minutes as amended.
Yeah, it was 564-23, just to, I guess for clarity of our readers and our future councils, that bring back the proposed capital items that were not listed on the current approved 2024 to 2029 multi-year capital plan. So just it specifies the plan that we were after. And I know that was probably one of the nights we had a lot of creative motions, so Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Also, Resolution 567-23, it was to bring back a breakdown of the 710,000 residential and non-residential assessment information, not tax rate.
Well, we would like the $710 million information, but whenever we get it.
Assessment information.
Numbers, right? Just tax rate is wrong.
It's not tax rate.
Okay, sorry, yes. I thought you were referencing that. Okay. Sorry, I read something into that. Did you capture those, Luana? I know that was a friend, lots of motions going on there, so. All right, any other comments? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And we have item 4.3, the December 6, 2023 special council meeting minutes. You might as well go.
I'll do all. I move to adopt the December 6th, 2023 special council meeting minutes as presented.
Any comments or questions? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. All right, council reports. Who did something exciting? I did, I'm gonna go first. I love the CPKC holiday train. I think it's one of the best things that our community welcomes to town, and it was just a great event again, and can't say enough about the coordination of that with CPKC across Canada, and a little bit of a slip into the States and then back out, and the people they bring out, and I heard that we raised, the food bank got £4,000, no dollars, and City of Airdrie raised only $7,000. So, I mean, for a town our size, that's pretty significant to see that. We haven't heard about the weight or the amount of the food donations, but just a great event. Thanks to Sarah, always works her butt off at these events, and we need to really thank her for that, because she's a champion, let me tell you, when it comes to solo flying with getting events set up. So, CPKC Holiday Train on Friday, December 8th is all I want to talk about today. Deputy Mayor.
Well, it's actually been a pretty busy 2 weeks. I think in the last 11 business days, I've attended 8 meetings. So it's been a whirlwind. November 29th, we had a PGC meeting. We've got 2 items I think coming tonight. November 30th, operating and capital budget meeting. December 1st, country Christmas. We got to set up in the train station, and I have to put out a special thank you to 2 people, Sarah and Councillor Moore, who journeyed to her house twice on foot to get more supplies. That's how much hot chocolate we were handing out. It was lined up at points in time, and in the meantime, Sarah had to run to our local grocery store and pick up supplies. So we rapidly ran short. It was a tremendous evening, really well received, and the train station was busy, and all of the gingerbread houses that showed up looked phenomenal. December 5th, we had an ICC meeting. December 6th, council dialogue, and then we had a second meeting, a special council meeting. The 11th, we were in NPC training all day. December 12th, Committee of the Whole, and back to PGC tomorrow evening. So it's been busy. I'll be really looking forward to a Christmas break.
Thanks for that. Councillor McCoy.
My life has not been as crazy as Deputy Mayor's has been. We did have a PEC meeting, and there's a couple of things on here that we'll deal with in the future. I attended most of the Committee of a Whole or those sorts of things with the Deputy Mayor. Other than that, I think, and at PEC there was an election, and it was, I'm the chair, and Councillor Williams is the vice chair. Oh, and I was at Country Christmas, and all we had to start with was like a Keurig, and I was the one making it, and there was a lineup of people out the door, and I'm like, hurry up! It would come out so slow, but it did come out.
Thanks for that, Councillor Beswick. Any?
Thank you, Mayor. I have nothing to report, but I would suggest that we did a policy before, or consensus by council at that time, to limit our reports to 2 minutes. That's acceptable?
That would have to be a motion.
I think we've already done that.
No. I appreciate that comment, but I think I think what we're talking about is if there's an external report that's submitted, that's written, that we don't want a long verbal report. And some things could be, so everybody tonight just be mindful of the time you're taking. Is that fair? Okay. And you help with that tonight, so thank you. Councillor Moore.
Yes, I was at council budget and the tree lighting, which Leah mentioned.
Country Christmas, and yes, I cleaned my house out of hot chocolate, and then Sarah went and cleaned Milo out of theirs. That was December 1st. December 4th, PEC, as Councillor McCoy said. I had the Water Commission immediately before it was even over. I was in the county building, and of course, we had an election there. I'm sorry, Waste Commission? That was Waste Commission. It was interesting hearing them about their tire thing because they still get loads of what's left after tire recycling. But there was an election there as well, and James Cumming of Olds was the chair, and Shannon from Carstairs is the vice chair. And ICC meeting on December 5th, and I think it was a very good meeting. And Deputy Mayor and the Mayor were there as well. December 6th, SPC, and there's a couple of things coming up from that. And Council CA dialogue, Christmas train. Councillor Williams and I handed out Timbits and more Timbits, and hot chocolate was gone very quickly. We did have some Timbits left over because she got so many, and I took the last 2 boxes that weren't opened down to Aspen Ridge Lodge. So you're welcome if any of you are watching from council. MPC training on December 11th, and today we had asset transfer committee meeting. We're talking about at Mountview Seniors Housing, the government has offered to transfer some of their community housing, and we're deciding whether or not their conditions are too steep and how we should change them to be what we want. So that's what we're working on. I went through all the contracts and we agreed on that. That's coming back to our meeting on Thursday. And I'll leave it at that. Committee of the whole, just before this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'll try to be quick. RDR Mug, the co-chair with me, John Ireland, and I met the Environment and Protected Areas Minister and was very gratified to know that they are on very much the same page as RDR Mug is in being concerned about making sure that we have adequate water for future generations. And there's a whole bunch of things that will be coming in an external report at the next meeting. The Water Commission, I have been requesting a raft of materials and have a whole bunch of documents now that I have to sift through. We have a meeting tomorrow, and so those things will also be coming, what I can provide to you in external reports at the next meeting. The one thing that we got a notice here today is that the bulk water stations, they requested members to shut down their bulk water stations while they're doing some maintenance work at the Anthony Henday treatment plant. Parkland Regional Library, our ad hoc committee to facilitate a change in the membership agreement, met for the first time. We have assigned jobs to each member to gather more information. We're meeting again on the 20th of December to formulate or to compile what we have and then decide what more we need to move forward in getting prepared for our presentation on to the Parkland Regional Library System Board on February 22nd. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Have they got a new chair for the new chair for PRL yet?
Yes, they have a chair. They elected the chair at the last meeting. It was the former vice chair, Barb Gillian, and she has assumed the role of chair now. They elect the vice chair out of the executive body, which is a member from each of the zones, 9 zones around the Parkland Regional Library System area.
Okay, so we just need that for our letter. It's a good letter, isn't it? So we'll just.
I'm
sorry, I'm not.
Is there a meeting?
They're meeting on December 14th where they'll select their vice
The
chair.
executive, executive body, means on the 14th.
Okay.
And then they'll know that, yeah, but I'll get you that.
Okay. Just we have that letter that we're sending, we want to send the right person.
Yes.
So, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. On November 29th, along with Councillor Deputy Maringo and Councillor Windsor, we had a PGC meeting, then also operating and capital budget meeting on the 30th, then on December 1st, Country Christmas, which was amazing. Went through a lot of hot chocolate, and thank you for Councillor Moore for running home and grabbing more, and to Sarah as well. Then on the 4th, we had a PEC meeting where we elected Councillor McCoy as a chair, and also the holiday train. I thought it was a great success, and we ran out of hot chocolate within, I say, the first 20 minutes. We were there. And again, I also attended the NPC training, which was held yesterday, which was very informative.
And I do have to mention, I thank absolutely our Country Christmas and our gingerbread contest that had so many beautiful gingerbread houses. But the tree lighting, I want to thank our speaker, Legislative House, Nathan Cooper, and our MLA, Will Sisbury 3 He came to our tree lighting, and we're excited to have two very committed people to watch us light the tree. And Lori Svensson and her daughter, so thank you if you're watching. And it wasn't for lack of advertising. We believe that it was just a bad, 4:30 is not a good time. So we're gonna wait, we're gonna rethink that, but again, Sarah put in so much work, and we were all excited to light the tree. So thanks, everybody. We did. Thanks, everybody, for your reports, and I'll have a motion to accept the reports. I'll turn it this way this time. Councillor McCoy?
I'll move that we accept the reports as information.
All right, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. And we have the CAO report. Do you have anything to add to that, Ethan?
Yeah, it's just a brief little verbal update that Craig will do on the East Reservoir grant application.
Good evening. I know that there was some interest in whether or not we got the grant application in on time, and I'm happy to report that we did. It took a lot of work, but we did get it submitted to the province on the 27th, and so they're currently reviewing that information and have let us know that they're happy to reach out if they have any further questions, and we're happy to answer them. So, does anybody have any questions about the grant app?
Councillor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. When are they making a decision, and will be delivering that decision to the town?
I don't have an answer as far as timing goes. I don't even know when they normally do it, to be quite honest. But I don't expect it'll take long, because the closing for the whole grant application ended in November, and they're looking for next year's projects. So.
Okay. Any other questions on the CAO report? I have a couple. Oh, go ahead. You go first.
Actually, you go. I just had a comment, so you ask the questions first, and then I'll comment.
Because I've long thought this, and I'm interested in. I would like to see the audit, just to see what is undertaken in the whole process and how we are valued, evaluated. Is that something council would be interested in seeing? Just for our, I know these audits are successful, and it'd be nice to see all the areas that are praised and applauded. If we made a motion, would we? I do, but go ahead with your comment, because.
So yeah, I appreciate you wanting to see it. They're actually pretty boring. We go through core audits every 12 months, and some have to have an external audit. They're pretty in depth, and what I would say is scoring 75% on a I believe it's core. Didsbury is core certified. So to score, 95%. Really takes more than an effort, it takes a culture. And I think everyone in the town of Didsbury needs to be congratulated to get that kind of a score. And I don't think that anyone would have any issue with you seeing it. You should look at it. It does have some pretty interesting things in it. And probably a lot of things would surprise you as to what they're looking for in policy and procedure and compliance and reporting, and that they're quite in depth.
Do you want a motion for that, Ethan? Or we'll
Yeah.
just see it?
Yeah, it would be good to have a motion if council wants to
Okay.
have the audit brought back, sure.
Yeah. I would, and then the other part, and this might be, and I briefly commented on it because there's a Fortis issue on our 20th Avenue lights, is what I understand. Is there no longer a Fortis issue? Like that there's 5 lamp posts out?
Oh, we're chasing odds and ends from an operational perspective, but there's no issue.
So there's. Okay, so it's just a matter, I understood it was just a Fortis issue with our plugins and whatnot, so I was going to ask that we send a letter to Fortis to get our lights working, because that's just important to us. It's just beautiful going down there, and that's okay that we don't need that, and you're working on it, and we thank you for that.
So we'll have a motion
I'm just asking, if we have a motion, then you're saying it's coming back to our next agenda, or did you want to see it before then? Like, we could have a motion that it be sent to councillors. I don't think we need to load another agenda with a whole report.
Yeah, I'm fine, just have it sent to council. Yeah. Yeah, so a motion to accept the CO report is information. Who hasn't made a motion yet? Councilor McCoy, you did?
What was I gonna say again?
I don't know.
That we accept the CAO report as information.
Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried.
Okay, I'll make a motion. That, I move that council direct administration to send the safety audit out to council via email.
All right, call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, we have item 7.1, the interim operating budget. Councilor McCoy, more M's?
Whatever my name is. I move that council adopt the 2024 interim operating budget with revenues totaling $6,330,606 and expenditures totaling $6,330,606 as presented.
Any questions or comments? Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. We have item 7.2, the 2024 draft operating budget. Sure.
I move the council accept the 2024 draft operating budget report as information and refer the 2024 operating budget to the committee of the whole, and that these be held every council day at 4:30 p.m. prior to council meeting until business is completed. However, I need a definition of business. Are we talking the business of the budget? Because that's what I'm going to change it to until the business of this budget is completed.
Yeah, I guess you could, I was thinking, because there's a few other things on the docket, so whether you want to keep that schedule for committee of the whole till the docket's done, or whether it's specifically the budget, and then when the budget's done, you want to hold
The budget.
committee of the whole schedule?
Yeah, the budget.
Councilor McCoy?
So if we're gonna be debating budget, is that a public meeting? I'm not sure. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So, thank you, Mayor Hunter. So, we're going to be adding an hour and a half to our day, every council day, going 4:30 to 6, and then 6 o'clock to whenever for the regular council meeting, according to this. Is that what I'm understanding from this motion?
Sorry, I thought it was 4:30 to 5:30.
Yeah.
Unless I said it wrong.
The intention is that it'd be 4:30 to 5:30, then you'd have a half-hour break between the budget committee of the whole and council.
So I would amend that
Are we just having a
to 5:30, sorry.
casual conversation again?
We are.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
Well, kind of, but I'd like to express a concern too, because I'm not sure, I would like to have the budget meetings separate. I don't want them stacked on, because we saw today in our meeting, committee of the whole, we run out of time. And so I would prefer that it was a standalone meeting some other time, other than the RCM night. That would be just my preference, and yeah, stacking it on top is just asking for delays.
Okay, Deputy Mayor, we're gonna amend his, and then Council Windsor, and then Council Beck. Or are you gonna do something?
Yeah, I amended it to 5:30, if I said 6.
Okay. And now you have the floor to do that, so you can do that.
I
Okay.
will amend it to 5:30, 4:30 to 5:30.
Okay. Councilor Williams.
I'm okay with this going to committee of the whole, but my question is kind of reiterates Council Windsor, is this enough time? Like, this is the budget, like, do we need to set alone another date, like sometime in January? I just, when I'm looking at January there, that's only 2 hours. I think we need another like standalone meeting. I'm okay with the committee of the whole, but I also think it needs to be a standalone meeting.
Councilor Baswick, thanks for that.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree that we need the budget's too important to shortcut it and try to do it in an hour. So I think a standalone meeting would be an ideal idea. Absolutely.
Okay, so, so we don't want any committee of the whole and just cut straight to the budget for a meeting? Or start with one and then set a meeting date there for, because then everybody can think about it and Councilor Moore had her hand up and then Councilor Windsor.
I think it would be good for us to start with one in January, because we know when that's gonna be. It's the first meeting in January, and then we have an hour to see how it goes. With it the way it is this time, with the bare bones budget that is set at 1.2, and then we would be able to decide on what we wanted to add to it if we do. But that keeps going, and so we're certainly gonna go January and February at least, so that's 4 hours there. If we need another meeting, we could decide after the first one. So that's what I propose, is that we go ahead with the first one and then see.
Yeah, I guess because the things we've been piling on to committee of the whole, which are important and priorities too. Ethan and I talked about this with this RFD item, and we kind of went back and forth on, that's why it was it's in the RFD, that council can consider setting a budget meeting. And so, if that's, I'm hearing that from council, that that's what they like, is a budget meeting. But I'm thinking of what we did last year was, eventually everything was stalled to find out what the surplus was. And if we dealt with just the capital, we can deal with the capital on that day, on the 9th. And I really lean to a budget meeting as well, because I just think we have so much on the committee of the whole that it's just gonna be stretched out, and we won't get to those other things that we've placed on there. So should we maybe task administration with finding some dates, a Thursday night or an off Tuesday, or both Tuesdays and provide some dates, Tuesdays or Thursdays at our first committee of the whole meeting?
I'm comfortable with that. If we amend the motion, I'm prepared to make an amendment to the motion that we go to the committee of the whole on the 9th, and then administration brings back a couple days at that meeting on the 9th. That may work for a standalone meeting.
But you can't amend my motion.
No, he's suggesting
Can I suggest a friendly amendment?
He's suggesting it. So even Monday nights, Tuesdays, or Wednesdays, or Thursdays, so if they bring back some options for that, I think. Councillor Baswick.
Thank you, Mayor. The problem I see with this is that, you know, historically we've been stalled on maybe a line item in the budget. And this could get us to the point where we don't conclude what we're after on that. And tagging it on ahead of a regular meeting to me is just not enough time. I'll guarantee you we're gonna go over an hour easy with any budget item, because it's just any budget itself. The budget's complex as we know, so no, I can't support. I've got to go with a separate meeting.
So Councillor Deputy Mayor Engel is going to amend his motion to say we'll convene on January 9th for Committee of the Whole, at which time I think the capital budget should come first there, and then they'll provide dates for a budget meeting to deal with the operating budget.
But you're still talking about having a budget discussion ahead of a council meeting, which again is going to go.
So I'm hearing that we just want a whole budget meeting and then the Committee of the Whole stuff. And I'm going to put that aside, just that maybe the Committee of the Whole stuff we just meet once a month before council for. And then that we can work through that Committee of the Whole stuff that way. And have the specific budget meeting that will be both capital and operating, and work through them as efficiently as we can. Are you fine with that amendment now? There's a lot of amendments. But...
Yeah, I'm just not fine with, at this point, I think we should have a discussion about putting in Committee of the Whole meetings without an end date in sight, because we did a whole bunch of them our first term, and we lost productivity in them. They just didn't do what they were intended to do, and I don't want to go down that road again. So if we set to do 2 or 3 and see where we're at, we can always extend it. But I don't think we should just create a Committee of the Whole once a month indefinitely.
So, go ahead, Ethan.
Well, maybe, because you don't technically need to set your committee schedule, because your committee can set it as you need to. So maybe you pull out that part about ongoing and simply just set it for that 1st January, and then at the January Committee of the Committee of the Whole can then decide when they want to meet next, and you don't need a motion to do that.
We still need a motion for a
Yeah.
budget meeting.
So I move the council set January 9th for a capital budget meeting, Committee of the Whole, scheduled from 4:30 till 5:30.
And then dates brought back for a budget meeting.
Oh, and a recommendation from, or suggested dates.
Options for dates.
Or options of dates for a budget meeting.
Yeah, in January.
In January.
To get that? So Luana can craft that, and then you can speak, and then I'll have her tell us what we said.
I think I got it.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm still, I don't want to have the capital budget in a pre-RCM yet either. I want to have both of them as standalone, maybe together, but a standalone. I'm not in favor of having it in the Committee of the Whole pre-RCM meeting. I would vote against that motion.
Okay, and you can. But let's do a straw poll. Does anybody want, because we want a successful motion, or you want to get that defeated and start over? So we can get a successful motion if we just want a budget meeting. Is that what you want for capital and operating?
Separate, yes.
Separate, like 3 to 4 hours?
Whatever, but it has to be separate.
Okay.
One side comment is, Committee of the Whole has to have a specific purpose.
A Committee of the Whole has to have a specific purpose to be called. So we just can't generally have a Committee of the Whole every second meeting just for the heck of it. We have to have a reason to do it. And certainly the budget's a poor one for me, because there's too much information to go through. Enough lot of work has gone into it. We have to bear down on it. That's a major thing for us. So we can't include with other information or other activity, from my point.
Okay. So a separate budget meeting, Councillor McCoy?
I'm going to suggest I'm okay with the January meeting to discuss it then after we've had time to think it through. But I would like a separate day.
So I would like a separate date as well. However, I thought that's what our January 9th meeting was intended to get us to, was to discuss what days are going to work for us and how we want that to look. I didn't think we were going to be discussing our budget at that meeting.
I'm just going to suggest that the committee of the whole on January 9th be meeting to set our priorities for all the committee of the whole stuff we have, like our service level document, our pedestrian connectivity, the personnel document is coming back. So we can set those priorities and set the date for the budget meeting, and then we'll have that committee of the whole for that purpose.
And then we should also have it on that agenda for the council after the committee of the whole to formally set that budget.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're all thinking of this, so we'll just go through and make sure. Councillor Williams, Councillor Windsor?
But that's not what the motion says right now, yes.
I know, we're going to amend it.
I'm okay with it as it is, or.
Okay. So the motion will be to convene for committee of the whole.
We will still, I'm going to amend it to, I move the council have a committee of the whole meeting on January 9th with items to be brought on our docket, connectivity, pedestrian connectivity, on our docket, and to select a night that we can have a budget meeting, separate budget meeting night.
Docket prioritization.
Docket prioritization.
And budget meeting night options.
You read my notes.
Councillor Bazic?
Thank you, Mayor. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure someone will. So we're going to have a committee of the whole meeting. Instead of taking these items that we just outlined and including them in oncoming agendas, we're going to spend an extra hour deciding whether we want them or not, and we know we want them, so why can't we just put them on the upcoming agendas instead of having a meeting to decide if they're going to go on the agenda? It just doesn't compute with me. It's a waste of time.
I can tell you why.
Okay.
Because then we can prioritize what's important in the order for the committee of the whole. Because the service level document really will be for next budget year, so that, that gets prioritized lower, but we have the personnel, we have the pedestrian connectivity, which is important, we have a variety of things that have been put there. So it would be to prioritize, set the date, 4:30 to 5:30, if we're done early, you can have.
Sounds like a return to policies and procedures.
So do you want to stand with that motion, Councillor Engel, Deputy Mayor Engel? So you can show your vote. Okay, one more comment.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. In the RFD, on page 26, it says, see Appendix D for overview of each department. And I'm wondering where Appendix D is.
See right there.
Page 26, the bottom of the table.
But does that got anything to do with this motion?
Well, no, but it's.
Okay, so we're gonna have discussion after the motion's finalized.
But then we go on to the next item.
No, because I won't call the vote yet. So we have discussion on this item because there's other things that were brought here in information. So hold that thought. Motion is ready. Can you read it back to us? And then we'll have some discussion on other things. Okay?
I didn't.
Well,
Yeah, I do.
I can, I'm happy to read it back too.
Okay, moved by Deputy Mayor Engel to meet on January 9th, committee of the whole at 4:30 to 5:30 p.m. to undertake docket prioritization and review options for budget meeting dates.
Okay, that's the motion for that. And now there's other questions as part of this, because I had some too, and Councillor Windsor, you had a question.
Yes, Mayor Hunter, on page 26, under the table, it says, see Appendix D for an overview of each department. And I don't know where Appendix D is.
Who can answer that? Ethan? No? Would you like Amanda to?
Thank you. To clarify, these budget reports were just snippets out of the actual budget document, so the entire document can be found on the website, and that reference to Appendix D is a reference to the budget document itself.
So look at your budget package. Okay. So, okay. Well, if they're listening, they will now. Any other questions? I have the RCMP reserve. I would like that RCMP reserve dealt with, because we're not dealing with it as a reserve anymore, and I would like to send it to the FPC, or the SPC, so they can review and make recommendations back to council on uses for that. You know, whether we leave some in there and bring some, you know, to a road or a sidewalk or a reservoir or something like that, or a lagoon. If everybody agrees with that, because we haven't contributed to it for 2 years, we've taken out of it. And I think it needs to be settled that either we are going to continue it for a useful RCMP purpose, or we deal with it and do something effective with it. I think it's great. That's great interest bearing. I mean, that's nice to see that value. And then the intern grant. Thanks for bringing that back. I would anticipate the information on the grant was brought back, and that'll be updated once we accept that information, and then you'll throw it back in there. But the number's still the same at the bottom, right? So the 4-1.
Sorry, I don't quite understand your question.
Probably because it wasn't very clear. Okay, I'm gonna look at page. Where's it? The intern thing on the page.
21.
21. Okay, so that bottom, I know that information, but the bottom line, well, I guess it was in my book. The bottom line is still the same, just that 33,357 wasn't in the square. So the 1 million.
No, you mean the bottom line of the budget?
Yeah.
No, this amount wasn't in the budget at all. So if you add it to the budget, you're actually lowering the tax levy amount.
Right.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, but I also have a question about it, that you said it was an 18-month grant that goes till September. So how does that fit in for the yearly budget? So is it spread out over the whole year?
Well, we got the lump sum payment in the beginning, $60,000, but we can only spend it as costs occur. So, and we have to put in a portion of the cost. So all I did was, when I budgeted in 2023, was take the estimated start date and prorate it. So if it was, I think I did 7/12. No, that doesn't make sense. 5/12. And then the remainder, I just took the rest of it this year, because that will be recognized in 2023 year end, and the rest will be available for 2024. And I have no doubt that will incur those costs.
So you allocate it over 12 months because it's a 12-month budget.
Yes.
Okay, so I guess that's my questions for now. So thanks for answering those, and so we'll have a motion that was created by Deputy Mayor very agonizingly, and then we'll have a motion to defer the RCMP reserve to the SPC for review and recommendation. All right. So everybody's clear on Deputy Mayor's motion that we're going to convene for committee of the whole on January 9th, and then we're going to prioritize our docket, and we're gonna set a budget meeting date. Option. Well, we're gonna set it because we'll review the options. I will call the vote on that unless I discourage any further questions because it's taken a long time. Call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's carried. And then the RCMP reserve amount as presented be deferred to the Strategic Planning Committee, that's soon to be renamed.
Mayor Hunter, I'll move that the amount of the RCMP reserve be referred to the SPC for review and return a recommendation to council.
Any questions on that? Call the vote, all in favor? It's carried. And now we have 2024 draft capital, this should be easy. Should be. Where's the motion page? Right there on page 27. So this will, yeah, it'll be deferred to the budget meeting date. Did you want to make that? Your hand's up.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'll move that council accept the 2024 draft capital budget report as information and refer it to the budget meeting in January.
Okay, and I guess I just wanted to mention too, to thanks for those, for listing out the ones that weren't in the current multi-year capital plan. That is an interesting list, I must say, but a valuable one. So any other questions on the capital budget? Call the vote then. Oh, you have a question? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. On page 29 of our agenda, on the third item down, the East Reservoir design, it says that the East Reservoir was originally scheduled for construction in 2024, but given the new location, the budget, or the project requires more design work in 2024. I'm not understanding a new location. There was never a location for it prior to deciding that it's going where it's going. So I'm wondering what the new location thing is referring to.
Is it a matter of semantics that it should say because there's a newly identified location? Just, would that satisfy your question? And would you clarify that? That's what that means? A newly identified location. Good with that? Can you live with that? It's
It
recorded.
is a matter of semantics, and just that essentially the project as it was originally identified on the multi-year capital plan has changed into the, so thinking back from when it first got put on the plan to now, it has changed. Its scope.
Thanks for that, Amanda. Councilman?
The issue is that this has never been in the public before. That this is the first time that the location has actually been in the public. And so to say that it's a new location would suggest that it was at or even a newly proposed location would suggest that it had been identified to be in another location, and it hasn't been.
Speak to that at the speaker's desk. Thank you, Craig.
You're welcome. So just to help, so the reservoir has been public for a dozen years by now through the area structure plan for the Doran land, and it has been on our capital plan pretty much for a very long time, constantly moving down in history. So in essence, this is a new location with respect to where the public would have understood it to have been built, which would have been down in Doran's land. So, but more accurately and more the semantic side of things, really we're looking to advance the design for the location that we have chosen to build our reservoir on. Okay.
So in order to advance the design, the chosen, but it doesn't change the motion. So that's clarified now, and we can vote on this motion. And you want to repeat it just because we changed it a bit?
Did I make it?
Yeah.
To accept the 2024 draft capital budget report information and refer to the strategic planning committee for review and referral to the budget meeting.
That's
The budget
date.
meeting in January.
Yeah. All right, everybody happy with that? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, we have bylaws and policies, 8.1, committees of council. That would be you, chairperson? Oh, well, who's going to speak to it as far as who's committee? Who's the chair? Oh, I do want to mention, and I meant to many times tonight, but the Christmassy fellows beside me, we have to acknowledge that. So thank you for the Christmassy spirit. Go ahead.
Okay, at the November 14th, 2023 regular council meeting, council was presented with bylaw 2023-20 with changes including the renaming of certain general governance committees, clarifications pertaining to committee assignments, and clarifications regarding the principles, purposes, and functions of committees. The Policy and Governance Committee reviewed the bylaw at their November 29th, 2023 meeting, and we are recommending bylaw 2023-20, committees of council, receive second, and if council has no other concerns, that it also receive third and final reading. Okay, so I move the council grant second reading to bylaw 2023-20, committees of council.
Any questions? Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. In reviewing this on page 33 of our agenda, item 3.4.5 provides an extra provision for the service level committee that no other committee has. And that it kind of contravenes what is said previously in the bylaw, and that is that the committee only deals with items that are put to it or tasked, that it is tasked with from the council. And so to have that blanket statement in there that gives them the authority to go to whatever service level plan they want to and look at it is not in keeping with the rest of the bylaw. So I think I'm recommending it should be stricken. I'm suggesting it should be stricken.
I'm going to ask the chair if he wants to respond first, and then you can respond.
Yeah, that's something we apparently all missed in the meeting.
That was intended to be stricken.
It was intended to be stricken? Thank you. I thought we missed, we did some strickenings.
3.4.5 is going to be, it has been struck. Any other comments? Because I have one or two. And I'm on the Financial Planning Committee. The 3.4.1, I wonder if you take a friendly amendment to where it says infrastructure management and fleet management, would it encompass it better to say facility development and asset management? Because that would encompass everything within infrastructure management and fleet management, and even more, which is what they're responsible for. Would you consider that?
What were you wanting to?
Well, just to replace infrastructure management and fleet management with asset management. I heard some mms, so it's a good sign. Yeah, infrastructure management and fleet management just becomes asset management because that's quite a big scope, right?
Yeah.
Great. These are less words.
So, yes, I would recommend that we make that change. We're not using the stricken word.
Revise.
Those two phrases tricky.
Thank you. And your next one?
3.4, and with, I think instead of, now shared services is ICC, right? So what I'm suggesting is regarding the development, 3.4.6, regarding the development and compliance of bylaws, policies, and lease agreements, because lease agreements are coming back to council and we should defer them to that committee for review and recommendation when they come back. Because we have one right now that, like the 5-0 Club lease, so that would come back for first reading or be presented and then sent to PGC to deal with leases of town property and facilities and land.
Would that not be a shared agreement?
Well, no.
Like, are we introducing something new by putting in the word lease? Is
Well,
policy and government's looking at leases now, or is this something
it
that
should
we're...
be. And we haven't got, we had, actually, I think they dealt with a concession lease that's got sent to, perhaps it should have, but leases, when they come back, right now they come back to all of council, but they should be dealt with by our policy and governance.
Should leases not be a financial? Like that?
Sure.
That's a lease. I don't think a lease is a policy. It's a financial endeavor.
Yeah.
It's the exchange of money.
But the shared services is definitely an ICC. It's already in our ICF agreement that we deal with shared services.
Yeah, I
Shared
don't.
Service agreements. But
I'm
maybe
just
it's just,
wondering if, sorry,
No.
I'm just wondering if the shared services that you're referring to in ICC are specific to the county of Mountain View. They're not general shared services where these are shared services with the 5-0 Club, or they're with people outside of the scope of
which is a
ICC.
lease. So I agree with you, but I think a shared, like, could be, it's a lease. So if it's town property or facilities, leases should be in the purview of these committees.
But I don't think a lease is under policy and governance. It would be under
And that's
financial.
fine. So we can find that place for it, but, and if that interpretation of shared service agreements is, I've misinterpreted that, that's fine, I can accept that. Yes?
Well, I guess I would ask if there is something other than ICC that would be shared service. I can't think of anything.
The concession lease, the concession lease and the,
Again, it's a lease.
5-0 Club.
We have
And
the
the
Disbury Golf Club
the
is,
curling club,
you
the
know,
golf
club. Whatever leases the town.
But maybe it belongs in
That's, yeah. I would ask administration. I don't believe that leases belong in policy and governance.
They belong at some committee table.
Okay, so it would be asset management and lease agreements. In 3.4.1.
In financial planning.
Well, maybe put that to the committee of the whole, and it can always be brought back to the policy.
Or what about the service level committee? Because when you read the service level one, where it says facility utilization, maybe that fits with the facility utilization there.
Yeah, I just think we need the words in there somewhere. Because there are some things coming up and some things that are present and so 3.4.1 asset management and lease agreements.
Asset management, and then put it in the service level document in 3.4.3. So that it would be service levels, facility utilization, and lease agreement.
Okay, I was reading the wrong sentence.
That's okay.
I've never done that before.
But
Okay.
I'm curious why we need the actual word lease agreement in the document. Would that not be something that just falls within that purview of shared service agreements? Like, would that not?
Okay, I guess it's just the understanding. I think it's worthy of the conversation, and if we all understand it that way, I think that's important.
Yeah, we're starting to really name individual items, and
Okay.
I think that we just, if you want to look at them, you have to decide which committee to send it to and send it there. That's.
Okay.
But if, as soon as you policy it here,
Service level, facility utilization. So we'll just capture that under there in our minds. Understanding. All right, so are we good? No? That's, oh,
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Have we made a decision about the shared service agreements?
Yes,
Should that be stricken?
no, my interpretation was not like theirs. So I agree that their interpretation, I
Yeah.
agree with that.
my interpretation would be that ICC by nature can't be in there. It's not, it is its own committee.
Yeah.
Councillor
McCoy, one more comment?
I was just going to help Councillor Windsor and just say that I think it's being moved to service level committee work. Is that correct?
So we've got that. So 3.4.1 was amended at the pleasure of the committee that accepted that amendment. 3.4.5 was stricken. It's an overused word tonight. And 3.4.6, I guess there was just those two edits and or amendments. Is that? Okay.
So are we striking?
3.4.5 was struck.
Yeah, but in 6, are we leaving shared service agreements written as is in there?
Okay, I'm gonna have a motion to accept. You have to amend your motion.
So to what I first said with the amendments that Luana has captured. As amended.
And that, so that'll be,
This is our second reading.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for a third.
Can you remember the motion? Okay. All right. We, second reading of bylaw 23-20, committees of council as amended. I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? That's carried.
And I move that council grant third and final reading to bylaw 2023-20, committees of council as amended. No, it has been amended already. So as for, yeah, just leave it. I didn't say that. Redact that.
We'll strike
Strike it. Strike that. Okay, I'll call the vote.
I
Let's
gotta
get
phone a
this.
friend.
Let's get this conversation over. All in favor? That's carried.
Oh.
Okay, let's go to 8.2 bylaw 2023-21 utility charges. Second and maybe third reading. Councillor Moore, is this your chairmanship?
It is.
Committee?
Yes. I'm just going to read from the RFD. Administration is proposing the rates be adjusted to, and by the way, this already did come here. It had, amendments were suggested, it went back, and this is coming as council determined last time. Administration is proposing the rates be adjusted to align with the 2024 proposed budget, which is forthcoming. Each of the rates is calculated using the budgeted expenditures, number of customers, and or expected consumption. The proposed bylaw has the rates highlighted in green. They were proposed at the first reading. That include bulk water rates being revised to only have one customer type and one rate class. Service fee charges to green bin service for additional bin was also added as council determined. The rates highlighted in yellow are revisions made following the SPC meeting, which adds the backyard composting program. As this service has been a recommendation of council since 2022, it is being recommended to be written into the bylaw this time. We're recommending second and third readings so that the bylaw can come into effect on January 1st, 2024.
Thank you.
Make a motion?
Or if another member of the committee would like to.
Hands?
Yes, there's a hand.
Oh, whose hand was that? Councilor
Councilor
McCoy?
Still scrolling here. Oh, okay. The council grants second reading to bylaw 2020.
You can turn your mic on.
Oh, sorry. The council grants second reading to bylaw 2023-21 utility charges.
Are there any questions? Can't believe I asked that. Councilor Windsor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. And more comment than a question, and that is that I apologize for not being able to attend my committee meeting, but I had things come up. And I think it's common practice to put in the old numbers and show the difference as to where we are going from and to. And I didn't see that in the first reading or in the minutes of the committee meeting or here. And so I think just a comment that that is the usual practice that we see.
Yeah, and I believe did we see it somewhere?
I'm sure.
At the workshop?
We definitely saw it.
But I think that's a good point, and I know we'll all try to capture that going forward, the committees and the administrative support, so that if we delay this, it's not going to be approved until, and I mean, can we bring up the current ones? Let's just look at them, because we have them somewhere in our website on the bylaws, utility charges bylaws. Thanks for pointing that out. I had that note too, but I thought we had seen it before. Yeah, time to look back at all my. I think the good news is the waste fees went down.
Yes.
Yeah, big time. Who's looking for those? Oh, they're there. So make them really big for our young eyes. Oh, okay.
Can you make them a little bit bigger? I know, like, I'm younger, but I still have terrible eyes.
Okay, so in comparison, it was solid waste service fee was $20.90 last year. So it's dropped to $1.15 this year. Additional black bin is the same at $7. Additional blue bin has dropped a nickel. That must have been a hard decision.
Yeah, real hard.
And the additional green bin dropped to $2.25. Replacement bin still $110. Oh, it went up to $110.
Prices are probably higher.
Yeah, the bins are probably, is that a fair assessment that the bins are higher?
Yeah, it's the shipping cost.
Yeah. Change of service fees, $35 now, and it was $35 last year. And I think we only have that one change of there's a new change of service fee for the added green bin service, $15. One-time rebate for purchase of composter, we still offer that. Where's that up there?
It wasn't in the bylaw previously.
Oh, we just had it by motion last year.
Yeah.
Bulk water charge went up 50 cents. For local, bulk water, non-local, it's gone. Thank you for that. Infrastructure fees, connections with meters 1 inch and less. 1 inch is 1 inch actually. 6, that went up. $1 something. No, it's the same.
No, It went up.
It went up.
50 cents.
That looks like 18, but it's 16. Infrastructure fee connections with meters 1 1/4 to 2 inches. Oh, that's way better. That went up to $72.50. Infrastructure fee with 3 to 4 inch meter connections went up as well. 12, close to $12. Water consumption rate $3.25, up from $3.10. Water distribution $1.50, up from $1.40. Water metering testing deposit and water meter sales are both the same. Want me to carry on? I'm just thinking of our live stream.
Generally an increase across the board.
Yeah,
Someone down.
someone down. I think we're just gotta get through wastewater, right? So it's not gonna take long. So that went up. The 1 inch and under went up. $1.16. Connections for 1 1/4 to 2 inches went up. $3.41. Infrastructure fee 3 inches and over. It went up from $74.78 to $82.55 because I'm not that fast on my feet with math. Wastewater distribution rate, well, it went up 3 cents. Wastewater distribution rate users without water service, $24.10. It went up from $23.62, and it looks like everything else is the same. So some adjustments, and I'm not going to ask anybody to calculate the difference, because I think we all see there's not major changes, but again, we'll just be mindful of that going forward. Councillor Williams?
I have a question. There was a couple of big jumps that I've noticed. Infrastructure fee connections with 3 meters, 3 inches to 4 inches, that's like a $10 jump. Just like 1 1/4 to 2 inches. Is there a reason behind, like, $10 jump?
So when we're calculating these infrastructure fees, it's based on the size of your meter, and the 1 1/4 to 2 inch is 4 times the rate of a 1 inch, and 3 to 4 inches 16 times the rate of 1 inch. So if the 1 inch goes up $1, the other two would be up proportionately to those amounts, based on the flow that goes through the meter.
Not really.
So
I can answer it.
Craig can answer it there.
Maybe just sort of build on what Amanda had said. So if a 3/4 inch meter, which is pretty common in town, goes up by 10 cents, the same infrastructure deficit that would causes that to go up by 10 cents would cause the other one up to go by proportionately, as Amanda expressed, 16 times that. Just, it's based on the cross-sectional area of the pipe and how much water can go through it. So if theirs goes up by a little bit, theirs should go up by a proportionate amount, but it's based on the cross-sectional area. More math, sorry.
Did you have a question? Well, Craig's there? Or is it-
No, I was just going to comment.
Thanks,
that-
Craig.
Oh, yeah, thank you. That remembering that waste and water are both a recovery program, so we don't make money off of them and we don't lose money. So any kind of increases like that would just sort of be mandatory based on the rules. Right?
And support infrastructure. too. All right. Are we ready? I think there's been a lot of questions, and thanks for all the answers. So that was second reading?
Did we vote?
No.
I know she did the motion.
Yes, you did it.
No, Councilor.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm going to call the vote on second reading. All in favor? That's carried.
And that council grant third and final reading to bylaw 2023-21 utility charges.
All right, all the questions have been asked. As far as I can have heard, I'll call the vote on third reading. All in favor? That's carried.
All right, let's try to
Set a record on this one. For brevity, right, Councillor Baswick? Let's go for brevity on this one. Brevity. Okay, who's the chair of this committee? I'm just getting used to all the new chairs.
SPC, that's Tony.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Moore.
So this one has come to council and has gone back to the committee, and the changes have been made that the council suggested. Removal of the registration fee for DOSCA program has been taken out, better description of weekly and 4-day fees, and inclusion of Monday to Friday in all weekly fee rates. Administration is presenting bylaw 2023-22 for 3 readings this evening with the registration fee removed. Additionally, the new rates for DOSCA would go into effect on February 1st, since we missed the January 1st, 2024, to allow for adequate time to advertise the change. So I would move that council grant first reading to bylaw 2023-22, social services rates and fees.
All right. Comments? Call the, oh, you're gonna vote or you want to comment?
I have a comment. I might just be mistaken here. I thought we grant first reading to bylaw 2023 dash.
Is defeated.
I thought second reading was defeated. So we passed first reading. Oh.
Go ahead.
Yes, so last time, because the bylaw on second reading, the vote was defeated, that makes the whole bylaw defeated. And so therefore, to do this bylaw requires a brand new bylaw, that the process starts over. Hence, it's being brought forward for first reading, because it's basically a new bylaw, because the previous bylaw died.
Okay. So I just want to just comment to the committee. I think that's important. And I appreciate that it went to $5 went to a participatory fee rather than a fee to be able to participate. So I appreciate that coming back that way. And we have first reading. So I'm going to call the vote. All in favor? That's carried.
And I move that council grant second reading to bylaw 2023-22, social services rates and fees.
Comments? Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried.
And I move that council grant unanimous consent to proceed to a third reading to bylaw 2023-22, social services rates and fees.
All right, we'll call the vote. All in favor? That's unanimous. We'll carry on.
Thank you. I move that council grant third and final reading to bylaw 2023-22, social services rates and fees.
Thank you. We'll call the vote. All in favor? That is carried. Efficiently done. Now we get on to the business of the night at 8:27. Council Christmas card design contest. Does anybody want to make any suggestions? Would you, Deputy Mayor?
I like them all.
Me too.
Actually, I really like number 1 and number 5. And, or sorry, number 2 and number 5.
So we can choose, but everyone needs their comments.
Yes. Who else would like to comment? Show us. Go ahead, Councillor Williams.
I really liked all of them as well. And my favorites are 2 and 5 as well.
So which is number 2? This one. This one? And 5 is Didsby? Yeah, that's clever.
That is.
I like that. Okay, anybody else? Would you want to suggest? Councillor McCoy, Councillor Windsor? Well, they were sent to us, but, yeah, go ahead and scroll through them. I know people get busy, and I think they were sent out yesterday. So number 1 is that one. Number 2, you're all good. There's number 2. Number 3. And number 4.
I think that one's cute, because I think that's the bridge up on the hill.
It is. And number 5. Okay, 2 and 5. Do you want to narrow it down to 1? Not number 1, but 1. 5. We can split
I'm
the.
okay with 5. I like them both, so
Okay.
if 5 is the consensus, I'm good with that.
But I think, okay, number 5, we'll have a motion for that, but can we really appreciate all those who submitted? I think they're great. It's nice to see the spirit of that. The kids participate. Nicole wants to say something, and then Councillor Williams.
Well, I was wondering if council would like to do a prize pack for everybody that contributed.
Yes.
We could put something together for them with our swag and maybe a pool pass or something.
And a nice little letter.
Yeah, a nice little letter. And just a bigger one for the winner. That's my competitive spirit, and I'm not changing that. Well, it'll be after Christmas, so I think the whole hullabaloo would be over. Do you want to make the motion?
Yes. That's why I had my hand up. To award the winning submission for the town council Christmas card design contest to number 5, and reward all participants. And recognize
All submissions and reward all participants.
Yeah.
Recognize, not reward. Well, their name on this, they gotta recognize.
See, you and me both have that competitive spirit. Yeah.
I want to change it to recognize all participants. And
Read that back, Luana, please, and you can speak while she reads.
Moved by Councillor Williams to award the winning submission to the Town Council Christmas Card Design Contest to drawing number 5 and recognize all participants.
Are we not going to identify the winner?
In the letter, I'll say, dear whoever.
In our council?
Okay, we can, sure. It's number 5. I guess we don't know. Do we know?
We'll bring it back.
We'll announce it on the website, and Facebook, or whatever. Okay, call the vote on that. All in favor? That's carried. Well done, young artists. 9.2. What I'd like to suggest about this, 9.2, is that the motion should be to approve proposed closures as amended or as presented. Or we could also just approve that January 2nd, send it to service level committee. So there's 3 options really here. In the sake of time, I think, because some of these there's big discussions, and maybe the service level committee can bring us back recommendations, and that would be quicker. So Councillor McCoy?
Yeah, I could agree. Well, sorry, I could agree with that. I could also agree with it going to the first committee of the whole meeting in January as well. I wanted to debate it there. But it could turn it into longer than an hour.
We can do that quite well. Yes, so the PGC, their service level committee, and we can approve that January 1st, 2024, and 2nd, I believe, right? As they were on there for the year-end office closure. And then they'll go to the service level committee. Who wants to make that motion? Okay. Did you want me to say it, or did you want to say it?
Yeah, that,
Okay.
recommend that the town closures or the schedule for the year be referred to the service committee.
Yeah, we approve. January 1st and 2nd, 2024 as presented,
Oh, okay, sorry.
and then send the rest of the dates, proposed dates to the service level committee. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And Loanna, you can read that back?
Moved by Councilor McCoy to approve January 1st and 2nd, 2024 as presented and refer the proposed closures for town facilities to the service level committee for review and recommendation.
Okay. Any other comments? Councillor Moran and Councillor Windsor?
Unless this is something new, I don't think it's it should be by policy and not by approval. So it should already have the policies in place, and administration would be following them, so I will be voting against this because I would expect to accept it as information only.
I guess the policy would have had to accompany that if we had one. And I think it might be in our document that we're going to be brought back, so it's good, the committee can review it there too, and it's not going to hold up anything because the first and second is part of this motion, if I might. And Councillor Windsor had a comment, just for consideration what I said there.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. And I just wondered if we should be making comment to indicate a direction to the service level committee as to what council's aptitude is for or idea or feeling is about some of these. And I'll start that off by saying that I see no reason to have the office facilities closed on Friday afternoon.
Councillor Baswick?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I think that the dates have been set. The staff is keyed up to do it. I don't want to change a thing at this point. It has to do with acceptance of a directive from the CAO, and I think that we go with the dates as given here.
We're not changing anything for this Christmas. Just, we haven't discussed that in the past, so just for clarity. Do you have your hand up?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Moore that this should be guided by policy, and because we don't have one, we should be writing a policy if that's the will of council. But we shouldn't be approving or disapproving anything when we don't have policy. So I wouldn't vote in favor of only doing this till January 2nd. It can be changed at any time it's taken to policy, but we don't have a policy driving it at the moment that I'm aware of.
And I think what's important is, and everybody obviously, comments are fine, opinions, but the PGC could deal with that policy and bring it all back at the same time for information. And if that was the case, that the policy says, I know that's council's, it's again that service level that if we want the facility open, facilities open and we are a public service, then that'll be shown in our vote, that we have a say in how we present our facilities and how we offer the services to our community. And I will vote in favor to have the Performance Evaluation Committee look at it, because that's definitely council's job to do that. Go ahead.
I think it's wrong to say that anyone that would vote against it isn't expressing or saying that council has a say in it. It's simply voting on it. My vote is not based on whether we have a say or not. I believe we have a say, an absolute say. We don't have a policy. That's all. So my vote is based simply that there is no policy. Do I agree that council has a say? Absolutely. But we haven't set it with a policy.
That we know of. That's okay that you said that, but Councillor McCoy, and then Andy, we're done.
I was just wondering if it should go to, I forget the names, PEC, to be for the upcoming year because it fits in with budget, and that the policy itself be sent to PGC.
Well, that's what I was thinking PEC could do, is review it all, because it's not holding up anything. And then if there is a policy, it comes back, and if there isn't, it's dealt with then. That's why I'm voting in favor of sending it to PEC. So however we all do that and process that, comments are all well thought out. One last comment, and then we'll vote.
Thank you, Mayor. The way I'm looking at it here is this particular item is pretty simple. It should be voted on without further discussion on what we're going to do next year. We're typically voting on this particular item, meaning to accept the proposed closures. So any discussion on further action by the committees or whatever is not germane to this particular, in my opinion, in this particular option.
You know, the motion was to send it to PEC. So we have a motion, unless Councillor McCoy wants to amend that, and she doesn't have to, we can vote on that, or she can amend it.
Am I in the wrong page? It says here.
No, the motion was changed to send it to PEC, and we can do that.
But you're not going to accept this closure period, or am I in the wrong item?
No, you're on the right item. We were just going to send it to PEC for consideration and recommendation back based on policies or not. And it holds nothing up as far as January 1st and 2nd, because that's part of it.
Okay, no problem.
And then,
No, it's the question.
I missed the key that this is for 2024. That was my miss. I'm sorry. I missed that.
I may have missed that. I may have missed that as well. So this is not being, we're approving this and sending it to
SLC.
Performance evaluation.
SPC, whatever.
Service level.
Service level. That's all we're doing on this.
Well, we're
Yes,
approving-
just read the motion.
we're approving January 1st and 2nd and sending the rest to PEC, because
Oh,
that's imminent.
Okay.
1st and 2nd are imminent. And they would be approved in this.
So one more time.
Vote.
Moved by Councillor McCoy to approve January 1st and 2nd, 2024 as presented and refer the proposed closures for town facilities to the Service Level Committee for review and recommendations.
Where's it, 2024?
January 1st and 2nd, 2024.
Okay. I'll call the vote. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, we have item 9.3, East Reservoir preliminary design update. And is Craig gonna take the speaker's chair? Is that, or do you just want a flat out motion we carry on and not ask any questions?
Would be nice, eh?
Prefer the latter. I can try and keep this as short as possible. So the design is progressing, and as we've sort of presented to council, but we want to bring this forward for public consumption as well, as the reservoir's location is sited on the west side of the parking lot, right adjacent to the sanitary dump. So we're looking to sort of get council's acceptance of the siting plan. Not specifically like where the corners of the building will end up, but more like the principle of the size of it and the footprint that it sort of shows on the land. I think is sort of where we're just trying to make sure that everybody's aware of the size of the facility. On top of that, the cost to construct a parking lot where the reservoir will reside is not proficient. Well, it's not feasible for us to do a parking lot that can handle cars. On top of the fact that we would have a bunch of vents and things like that that are gonna be protruding into the parking space, the cost of creating a slab that can support vehicles isn't practical. So we're gonna lose approximately 40 parking spaces because of the reservoir. And so we're asking council to consider potential solutions for that, or give us guidance on how you would like us to address that, if at all. And then the third and final one that we're looking for from the design update perspective is the aesthetics of the facility. So obviously it's going to be in a very highly visible location, being on 19th Street right across from downtown. And there's options that they're available to us. Everything from a building that looks similar to what Public Works looks like, so tin building, shed sort of structure, all the way through to let your imaginations run wild. I mean, the old horse barns used to be there. There could be some throwback design consideration to that. There's granary possibilities. There's other historical facilities that we could emulate, like a blacksmith shop or something to that effect. So we're kind of looking for, from the design team, some sort of guidance on that aspect as well. The other option there too is obviously to tie in with our Valarosa lift station investment. We could just mimic that same design characteristics on this facility. So those are the three sort of design checkpoints that we've brought forward this time, and I'm available for any questions.
All right, Councillor Beswick?
Thank you, Mayor. I wonder if we could lean on our film industry to give us some ideas of the facade. They're so good at that, they could very easily give us an idea of how they can do that so it fit into the area and the community, and it wouldn't be obtrusive or offensive. It would be kind of meld right into, similar to in LA, where they take a drilling unit and make it look like an office building, you know, and that's the idea. If they could, if we're willing to do that, I don't know. Just a suggestion.
Thanks for that. I'll just go with Councillor McCoy.
I think you said 40, as in 40, parking spots will be lost.
That's correct.
And I'm not sure that we can handle that kind of a loss. And people will be parking at the town office to go to the swimming pool or the hockey arena if there's tournaments on. Like, where would you propose putting the additional parking or the replacement parking?
Thank you for the question. So as part of the Jets Park development plan, if we can call it that now, there is a parking lot proposed on the north side, sort of an expansion parking lot on the existing one that's there. And so there is an opportunity for us to maybe advance that as part of this project, or separate or concurrent or consecutive, however you want to sort of play that out, but we could prepare to make up that loss.
Okay, do you have any? I'm just going around. Mr. Williams?
Thank you. I very much appreciate the idea of the parking lot replacement plan. I have an idea of, like, can we talk to CNO Rail to see if we can use some of that land for additional parking?
My understanding is CP's usually not overly inviting when it comes to use of their land. There's a lot of legacy things that become challenging for us and them. So I think we'd be best to sort of maybe try and tend our own fence yard, I guess.
I do have questions regarding like the parking lot replacement plan, but once that comes back, can ask that.
Yeah.
Then when it comes to like the construction of this, like this is a much needed thing, and unfortunately this will disrupt users at the complexes. Just unfortunately what will happen. I'm just wondering, like, could we manage that in some way, like start construction in a less busier time and hopefully get it done before the busier times of hockey season and swimming and all that, right?
I
wish. It was like very visual.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the scale of the project will see us in construction and heavy construction for over 2 years. So it's not going to hit one season, it's going to hit two, and it'll get everybody. So this will be a big project, but that's part of the project is to plan out how to be the least intrusive as possible while doing as expedient of construction as available. So we will figure it out.
Good. Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm going to first talk about site plan and understanding that the final position might be modified slightly. I don't want to run into a Jets diamond, ball diamond thing again where we aren't aware of what changes are going to be made. So I wouldn't support that. I would support that if it's going to be a significant change, that it comes back to council for approval. As far as parking lot replacement, I think that that's probably going to impact immediately. And I don't want to hold up the reservoir development, but I think maybe we need to step up that plan to replace those sites or those parking facilities so that we don't end up with people trying to park who knows where. And so at the start of the construction of the landfill or the reservoir, if we could almost have that parking lot already, all of those parking stalls already available, I think that it would mitigate some of those concerns and some of those problems. As far as the pump house design, I would want it to fit in there, and I'm not sure the Valarosa, I'm trying to picture the Valarosa in my mind, and I think it's got a brick base to it, and I'm not sure the brick base fits in that particular area of town, and I would be in favor of trying to fit the flavor of the area as far as the aesthetics portion of it is concerned.
I did pull one question out of there, I think. And I think the question was, or maybe not so much the question that you asked, but maybe a clarification on my part. So I just understand sort of the boundaries. The siting plan, when I say it will be tweaked slightly, that's sort of speaking to the fact that we have a meter building that we have to incorporate into the site plan for the regional water supply line that will be coming. We have a chain of custody transfer that has to occur, and they need their own facility to put those devices in and their metering station and such. So that'll have to get incorporated into the site plan, and then depending on the sanitary, the RV sanitary dump facility, and council's wrestling with that project and its possible continuity with this one. So that would also, if we go with a wider, more advanced system there, that might push the reservoir a little bit to the east. So those are sort of where I say the facility might move slightly. It'll be because of very specific reasons, but we'll still be in the same general area.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. So I guess what I'm talking about is that we're talking about 40 parking stalls here right now. And what I'm thinking is if it's going to be moving to the east a little bit, then now you're going to be impacting more parking stalls. And so I think that we have to take that into, I would hope that we're taking that into consideration when we're talking about the replacement plan or whatever we're going to do for the parking, so that if it does require more funding, because it's going to be maybe require another 10 stalls, that it does come back to council for the consideration of council.
May I pull one more question out of there? So part of the parking lot conversation that we are looking to have is what kind of level of service that parking lot might look like. Because a gravel parking lot doesn't take a whole lot of energy to create. If we wanted to spruce it up with parking blocks and cable and timber fencing and that sort of thing to kind of give it some, we can do that too. But that's where that parking lot replacement plan sort of request from you guys on guidance is, if you would want something like that, we can bring different levels of service to be considered, and we can sort of pick what makes the most sense for us given all the other factors that we're considering.
I'm just concerned that if we're approving a pump house design, that could keep us here till tomorrow. So I'm wondering how soon that design needs to be in place. I'm assuming there needs to be a pump house and it needs to fit the things that need to be enclosed in it. but is it necessary to talk about the design of it at this point?
We're kind of getting sort of to the point where we would want to engage an architect if we were to be deviating from just a standard structural steel frame, self-supporting structure. If we're going to be looking for a concrete block foundation, we're going to be looking for a maybe slightly different design on the reservoir side too for structural supports. So we're kind of getting to the point where we would want to know which direction we want to head so we can start planning the consulting fees to go with it more than anything at the moment.
Follow up if I may. Is there an advantage to having a concrete block foundation over having a regular steel building?
No, well, so like to go with the Valarosa lift station design, you mean? Not really. It's more aesthetics and whether or not, and part of the reason why the recommendation was framed that way was just to create continuity of asset ownership, not so much taking into account the many other factors that we think about here.
Well, because murals happen in our town and we can put them pretty well anywhere and dress up a building and make it look like anything after the fact, I wouldn't want to hold this up here for the sake of whether there's concrete blocks at the bottom or not. It logically shouldn't be any bigger than it needs to be, but it needs to be there. And so I would be happy to go ahead and move these motions if you like.
Deputy Mayor had a comment.
In response to what Councillor Moore was saying, our third motion, we could approve a pump house design consistent within the area of installation, so that if an architect is brought in to do a design, that they're aware of the area and they would design something that would complement where it's sitting, instead of just saying the pump house. Just have it designed to fit within that area, to be consistent with the architecture there now.
So what do you think of that? Is that, I mean, that's a direction that we could put, but is that something that would you could live with, I guess, what you're asking?
I'm just wondering if they're taking into consideration the local buildings. We have a Fountain Tire and a rec center, both very big concrete buildings that have flat roofs, that look very industrial and commercial, which is 100% fine. A beautiful rec center that is good looking rec center.
I saw pressure.
Yeah, I guess with this one, because I do see where we could get a little bit stuck here. If you're interested in seeing some renderings of what it could look like, I can produce those. If you're interested in creating a stock standard building, I can also bring back pictures of what that would look like.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Because what's concerning me is time. We're running out of time, and that would take extra time, right? So these motions are...
I'm asking at an appropriate time in the project, knowing it would take us some time to figure it out. So honestly, the engineers were asking me 6 months ago what we wanted. I knew we weren't ready to answer that question, and I know we do have a little bit of time here between here and June to get some things sort of like really finalized and ironed out. But
And then, thanks for that. Then so we change that third motion to bring back renderings? Or designs?
Design options, maybe?
Design options, whatever, you said renderings now, just, it's like Stricken got caught on, so is renderings now. So we could adjust that or amend that or change that motion before it's made. What I'm hearing is the final position isn't gonna be moved 25 feet for,
And I can easily take away, if I'm gonna move it 10 feet to the east, and I know it's gonna have an impact, honestly, I will bring it back to you. Yep. If there's impacts.
We're also gonna be restricted in what we can do. we need the reservoir there, so it's not like you can say, oh, let's move it to the middle.
Yeah, and I would look at it, if it creates an impact that has a detriment that we have to solve, I certainly would bring it back. If it moves and it doesn't create any issues, and there's no financial change, and there's no prescriptive option, then I don't know if there's anything to make a decision about, so.
And then I think the parking lot replacement, that could be worked on all in conjunction, so we know where the parking is being addressed and how we are addressing it, so everybody doesn't panic and don't have anywhere to go park to watch their hockey game. So that'll just come as, let's work together to make sure the information is presented when it needs to be, as you know, then we know, so that if a, what's the plan called, sorry, the parking lot replacement plan can come sooner than later, then it will, or as you can create it. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think if I get direction from council that this is what you would like me to pursue as part of the reservoir project, it just becomes a part of my project that I manage. And so, yeah, all the aspects are known at the same time, and I'll share what I know when I know.
Well, I'm hearing that parking is a big issue, so I think that needs to be. And then the other part, just one last comment. Really nice buildings that attack vandals, so I don't know if that comes into play too. So we're gonna have a big fence around it, or are we just gonna open it up for graffiti artists, or what?
No, it'll be so similar to our underground tanks up at the Butte. It will have a fence around it, and yeah, the pump house itself will also be fenced in. So that's probably something to consider when we're thinking about a design. It's not going to be
showpiece.
Yeah, it won't be openly accessible. It'll just be highly visible, I guess. Yeah.
Visible spot.
Yeah.
So okay, we need. So some revisions, revised motions. I think number one is fine as it is, the site plan. You want to go ahead?
I move that council approve in principle the site plan, understanding that the final position will be modified slightly as the project develops.
All right. Any other comments? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And then the parking lot replacement plan just needs a bit revision to keep pace with, yeah, to address it as soon as possible.
Feasible, yeah. I move that council approve the development of a parking lot replacement plan to bring back to council as soon as feasible.
All right, I'll call the vote, all in favor? That's carried.
On the last one, when I first came to town, all those horse barns were there. Of course, I was part of a big fundraiser to replace it with a big horse barn, which turned into a sand facility for the county. But those horse barns, they were very simple, but I think they were there for a long time, and you'd know better than me. I think that their design was actually pretty cool. They had like the half doors where the horses could stick their heads out. And so I think that if you wanted to do something historical, that could be it. But I think for this one, are we just going to ask for possibilities, options for a pump house design?
Yes.
Okay.
Because we have time to do that, so to bring them back is in a timely manner. And I know that. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll move that council approve that pump house design options be brought back to council again as soon as feasible.
Okay, any questions? I'll call the vote, all in favor? That's carried there now. Now you have something to do, Craig. Thank me. Thank us. We have item 8.4, external budget requests. Yes. Go ahead.
I move that council refer the external budget requests to the committee of the whole.
You want that on the next committee of the whole, which was the 9th?
Yes.
For the 9th of January 2024 meeting.
Okay, any comments, questions, Councilor Windsor?
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. Is this just to set the date for when we're going to have these presentations brought to us?
I believe so.
So, and that's why I'm not sure what you were thinking by way of what would be discussed on the 9th, because we had, at this point, we're recommending it get referred to the committee of the whole so that at the time that we're ready for it, then the committee can schedule that and hold that as an evening meeting. Because really, we don't know yet when council will be ready for it, because council wants to finish making all the decisions about their additional service enhancement options and what they're going to do, so that when they hear from the groups, they kind of know where they're at with their bottom line, and then can consider those requests in consideration with the bottom line they've now gotten to. So it's like, depending on how long it takes council to get to that point where they're kind of comfortable with where they want to go with their service level enhancements.
And the only expectation I think that I have is that the groups are given some information that this is at the council table. So we are talking about your budgets and what your needs are, but we have this information to give you about, we're going to be meeting with you. A date just hasn't been set, just to keep them informed. Because I know they're probably wondering. I know I've talked to the library.
We have communicated that.
Good. Yeah. And then when we make this motion, maybe, and so we don't necessarily need it January 9th at the committee of the whole, we just refer it to committee of the whole to be on the docket.
Okay, I'll amend that to reflect what was said.
Mm-hmm. And we don't want that, the thing is, we don't want all those extra requests in before we've made our must-have requests on our budget and what council expects based on the workshops we've had, and then they will be the residual or the extra request considerations that will impact the budget or not. So then we'll.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. I'm just wondering if some of the presentations might impact what we choose to do in the operating budget as far as the things that we're considering adding into service level. I'm not sure it will, but I'm wondering if it might. For example, the library is looking for a 4% increase. It might preclude one of the other items on the wish list that we have for the budget. And so I'm wondering if maybe they need to be earlier rather than later.
Well, it goes, I think in answer to that, council agreed that we would use this process. So to debate it again tonight, because we did say we deal with the budget, and then when it's at a committee of the whole, it's not done at the end. If the library, if we all agree the library is more important than something we've selected, we can adjust that. It's not, the budget can always be revised as we go. If everybody's fine with that, we'll send it to committee of the whole as deputy mayor. Well, I'm going to call the vote so you can show that in your vote. Sending it to committee of the whole as docket item. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. Okay, we have item 9.5, composting level of service, and that was PEC. I'm still learning. Okay. Councilor McCoy.
I will make the motion to continue the program as addressed in the utilities bylaw 2023-21.
Okay, any comments or questions? Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. Item 9.6, the call to...
That's PEC too, isn't it?
No,
and governance.
Oh,
Business license late fees?
9.6 is missing.
okay, yeah, I had them reversed, but yes, let's go with 9.6 and business license rate fees. I'm good with that since it's on the agenda. Councillor McCoy?
To approve taking no further action on the allocation of a portion of the business license fees received after the early incentive payment deadline. And mostly that's due to the fact that it's a very small amount of money. People really took advantage of the early incentive.
Yeah, that's good. Any questions or comments? Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Now we can do the cul-de-sac. I think that's service level again.
To accept the reduction of speed limits in cul-de-sacs as information.
Okay, Councillor Moore?
I'm afraid I was in the Waste Commission meeting already when this was decided. And I agree that the ones in West Hill are, as they said, open and easy to see in. However, the letter that we got from the one group in a cul-de-sac, it's, I believe, in Valarosa, and it's true that you cannot see, and that is a more dangerous one. And I'm wondering if rather than making a rule for all cul-de-sacs in town based on how most of them are, if we should maybe just look at that one and check out, I think, their real concerns.
We could certainly do that, Councillor Moore. I think what our discussion went down the road of how fast can you get going in a little cul-de-sac? So lowering it to 40, I don't think people are able to get past 40 from their driveway to the end of the tiny cul-de-sacs.
Follow up to that, Officer Ron did go to that one area that was in particular, and it was in Silverstone Place, and he found he couldn't identify any of the issues that were presented, and he tried on multiple scenarios.
That's it?
Yeah.
23rd Street area.
Yeah, he actually tried to meet what the guy claimed had happened.
Okay. Other than, could there be a request to just monitor that area? Would that, the down in Valarosa, as an extra motion?
Well, that letter was supposed to, sorry, for America, we can. I thought that letter was supposed to do with Silverstone Place, not Valarosa.
Yeah. Oh, I thought that was.
Well, I think it was sent just to deal with all speed limits.
And all cul-de-sacs.
And all cul-de-sacs, because then, so if there is a concern, and I don't know, I think we'd have to also, I mean, if the action requests, there's lots of complaints coming in about that, Valarosa cul-de-sac.
I'm thinking
Should
of
we just
Valarosa.
monitor that?
So, just ask our police officers to monitor,
Valarosa cul-de-sac.
not just Valarosa, Silverstone, I thought that was,
Or cul-de-sac.
yeah, cul-de-sac in general.
But I think if, maybe we just ask administration if there's a lot of concerns about that and action requests, complaints, then it'd be addressed. But right now, if there, and that could be brought back in January, our action request list probably coming pretty soon anyway, in January. So let's just deal with this right now, and then the action request list will indicate whether or not we need to monitor that. Yeah. Okay, so we have a motion on the table to accept as information. I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. And Christmas tree lights. I don't, who has that one? Wow, you guys are busy. Councillor Bazick?
All right, I'd like to continue with the current plan to enhance Christmas lights.
Is that a motion?
That doesn't surprise me, but that's your motion. Yes, he just made that motion, Councillor Windsor, and then Councillor McCoy.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter. This item is already on the operating budget as an addition. And so if we're approving this, then we're circumventing that discussion during the budget deliberations. And so I would suggest, I will vote against this motion. I would suggest it needs to be referred to the budget deliberation process.
Councillor McCoy?
I would totally agree with Councillor Windsor, and if Councillor Baswick was willing to change his motion.
Say what?
To say that it be referred to the budget committee, or the committee of the whole, or whatever you call them these days.
Councillor McCoy and then Ethan.
I think maybe on
I
this
was
one.
looking at you though.
And yes, you were. I think on this one, we need to hear from administration, because the group that is doing it did it for a certain price, and then they're doing it for us for a certain price. And we get to have all the lights at the end of the third year, and each year they're enhanced, like each year they add more to it. So at the end of the time, we get all of the lights, and I think maybe that plan is something they put in place, and I'd like them to explain how it worked.
Well, and maybe the intent of this motion wasn't to supersede the budget process. That's why it says to continue with the current plan, meaning just to let what's currently being explored be not to add any other thing for consideration. And so this wasn't intended to be a final approval of it. It's just to say we pass this back to where it's currently at, and we're not going to do anything more with it. And so, and then that conversation can all come forward as you go through your budget process.
Due to popular request, I withdraw my motion.
But I think too, though, there was a contract that give incentives. There's a contract that gives incentives, and if it's just like, I mean, we've done that with the intern, for example, that we committed to a 2-year budget. So I think it's important that we decide whether or not we're going to commit to this contract for 2 more years, and then we get all the stuff back. But if we don't commit to it, we lose it at the end of 3 years. Yes, go ahead.
Just to clarify on the commitment, so there is no contract. We've committed for 2023. There is an incentive definitely to continue on for an additional 2 years. So in the second year, it would be at a reduced cost. We'd get the same lights, but for less money. And in year 3, it would be the same price, or the same lights for less money. So we can make the commitment. The company is very aware of that we're in budget process and that we're not sure what's going to happen next year. We're not at risk of losing the lights. They're ours until we say we don't want them. And so the decision around the lights can just follow along with the budget process, and we shouldn't be fearful that it's not going to happen next year because it took a little bit longer. If that clarifies anything for you?
Question and then.
So should we be making this motion to continue with the current plan? Like, is that committing us to 2024? You're saying it's not.
No, it's not. It's just intending to basically have the committee hand it off to what's currently being done, and to basically, it's the committee saying, we're not suggesting any other thing be considered. We're happy with what's being explored.
I think just a simple word, the explore word, that continue to explore the current plan.
The current
enhanced-
exploration.
Yeah.
Continue with the current exploration for enhancements.
Yeah.
Was
So
that
Councillor Baswick? It's the same motion, just with the word explore in it? Okay. All right. Councillor McCoy?
Where did you want the?
Continue to explore.
To
So
continue to
exploration.
explore the current, or the enhanced Christmas lights. You don't even say the current plan. To continue to explore the enhanced Christmas lights.
Continue with the current exploration for enhanced Christmas lights. Does that sound good?
Sounds like we're on a archaeological dig, exploration. Okay. I'm gonna call the vote on that.
So it's not a budget implication?
No.
No, we're exploring via exploration. And I'm gonna call the vote. All in favor? We're just gonna continue to explore the Christmas light program. We can make a really little thing into a really big thing.
With top interest.
Okay,
Top
did I call the vote? I'm gonna call it again because I didn't see everybody's hand. All in favor? That's carried.
Okay,
Parking lot visibility,
that's us again.
1 minute. That's it. That's all everybody gets on this one, is 1 minute.
I have no minutes other than I'm willing to make the motion. We have a suggestion from Councillor Moore that the building, the old fire hall, there's a lot of parking there. And if we put better signage there, that it might alleviate some of the overcrowding on 19. And so we thought that was a good idea. So we would like to make the motion. Oh, do you want to make the motion?
I will just give that, I can make the motion, I just want to make an amendment to the motion. Discuss something. Yes, sorry, Council Bassett. So the whole thought of this was, yes, to reduce the park on 19th Ave and let the public know, hey, you can park here. But I think we're missing an important note here is we still have not determined the future use of the file hall. So I would like to add, for the time being, you could use public parking is available at the file hall. Just because we have not made the final decision on the file hall. I think I brought that up in the meeting. If I did not, my apologies, but I would like that.
What's the
I'll
amendment?
move to approve the use of the parking lot at the old fire hall located at 2101 19th Ave for public parking with signage placed for the time being until future. Yes, thank you.
You don't mean for the time being.
Until future use is identified.
This is a supplemental question that just popped in my head. Is that the parkade beside the church, is it an all-day parking or is it a 2-hour parking? Do we know?
It's all day, there's no time limit on that one. Yeah. I can only give you guys a minute, and that's 2 now, so. One question, then we're gonna vote.
Thank you, Mayor Hunter, for the committee. That in the background, it says administration provided an update on improvements made to the public parking lot on 20th Avenue near the post office. Can you tell me what those improvements were?
There's really good signage now. It has marked spots that belong to the residents of the church.
I've lived here a long time and I've never known that you could park there. But the sign jumps out at me on the street pointing to this public parking. And they've listed on too many spots possibly, that there's 4 spots that are private parking. And the rest are all marked public parking. And I'm seeing people using it. I used it the other day to go to the post office. I think it's a great idea. My only concern might be that all-day parking, then you could still have people using it like a permanent parking lot rather than it being for the convenience of people who are shopping downtown. That's my only concern.
And if it isn't identified, we'll just bring that back someday. There was some work done in the parking lot though, Ethan, and maybe Craig there was some work done in the parking lot that they milled it up and patted it down and did all that construction stuff. Just, we've taken this long, so go ahead.
I'll keep this really short. So yeah, we went in there with equipment, and there was some overgrown hedges. The parking blocks were buried under gravel and leaf debris. So we brought everything back up to surface, stacked all the blocks aside, cleaned up the gravel, scaped it up, trimmed up all the trees, and replaced the parking blocks. And then, as it was mentioned, we put lots of signs up to make sure that it was very clear which ones were public and which ones are currently private, just to make sure that it's understood by everybody what is available for use.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
And you can go look at it next summer when the snow's all gone. So the motion is as is, but amended to until future use is identified. Call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. And we have the Farm and Ranch bond spiel. And if I might, there's $850 left in budget, and a $750 gold sponsorship, I think. And then, does anybody curl on council besides me? Do you curl?
Yes.
Okay, well, you know what? I might need a backup, because if I have meetings and stuff. Do you want to share the spot?
She's really good too.
I haven't curled in 10 years.
Oh, okay, well,
You don't want me.
okay.
I used to do it.
Yeah. So we want to make a motion for a gold sponsorship. I certainly would go curl. I just need a backup that we probably have to access from somebody on staff. So put out the word for a backup. Well, let's put it out to staff and, have that draw like we always do. Pretty special event. I think we know now if it was rigged. Okay. Anybody prepared to make that motion?
Sure.
Deputy Mayor, what is your motion?
$750 gold sponsorship, I believe.
Thank you. Good. Right. I'm looking for my... Any other comments or questions on that? Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. And we have correspondence. Councillor Moore?
I move that council accept the correspondence item and presented as information.
And update the library on the status of their presentation, just based on what we talked about tonight.
And update the library on the status of their presentation.
Right. I will call the vote. All in favor? That's carried. Do we have any questions? Oh, council, no, that's after council highlights. In the sake of time, I think we'll defer them to our administrative team to make the highlights. And if anybody, do either of you dedicated gentlemen have a question or comment? Thank you for...
Not even about the length of time.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Do you have,
Keep it going.
do you have any comments about the word scrutiny?
Stricken. That's the word of the day.
Okay, so then, thanks everybody for coming. We'll have a motion to move to close meeting at 9:27 by Councillor McCoy. All in favor? That's carried. You have the MVFRO motion, Ethan?
Yes.
And the ICC update is only to,
Approve a letter response to Mountain View County.
yeah, and approve the response to, so yeah, those are all easy.
Yeah.
Okay. So you'll give me a thumbs up, and I'm gonna start with,
So the first one is motion that council supports the Mountain View Regional Film Office NRED co-op grant application with contribution of up to $7,500 to develop a strategic plan to be funded from.
are we live?
Development Reserve.
Oh.
But Ethan, if you could put your mic
So
on.
the motion's in the RFD.
You'll have to repeat it all.
Oh,
They make it.
great.
The motion's gonna be.
It is.
Okay.
So Councilor Winston.
Do you have it handy?
Yeah, I can do that. So council, move that council supports the Mountain View Regional Film Office NRED co-op grant application with a contribution of up to $7,500 to develop a strategic plan to be funded from the Economic Development Reserve.
Okay, I'll call the vote, all in favor. That's carried. And then Councillor Williams, you want to do the ICC update to approve that the mayor writes a letter of response to Mountain View County regarding heavy tractor bylaw.
I move that the mayor pen a letter to Mountain View County regarding the heavy truck bylaw.
In response.
In response to that truck bylaw.
Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. The Olds engagement would be the same motion to
Yep.
write a letter.
Congratulations, good luck. Sayonara.
To
Is that Kurt's
write a
motion?
letter,
No, I don't know how to put it.
to write a letter of response to Mayor Dahl
Did she send us a note?
on the recent request for support of a regional ACP grant.
Good luck. I guess I'm ending the line.
Got that? Okay, I'll call the vote. All in favor? It's carried. Land discussion.
Was that Alberta Transportation?
Oh, yeah, Bill. Oh, I looked at, yeah, so to,
Send a letter?
and all these will say to have the mayor send a letter on behalf of council to Alberta Transportation regarding our infrastructure
Request?
Yes,
needs on Highway 582.
to approve.
Exactly what I said.
To approve mayor, yeah, what you said is good.
Okay. Call the vote, all in favor? That's carried. And then Ethan, you want to do the land discussion one, just to clarify what we wrote down?
Yeah, a motion that a public update on the reservoir project motion to prepare a reservoir project update subject to review by council.
Yes. A reservoir project update to our community. Subject to approval of council.
Recording vote.
Recorded vote. All in favor? Opposed? So count two opposed. That's carried then, and then a motion to adjourn. 10:16, Councillor McCoy, all in favor? That's carried. Yes.
Yes.
Oh, goodness.
I spoke too soon.
Hey, we think we've learned, we can't have due diligence.